Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo del público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Bueno, la CIM tiene una agenda enorme en el tema de democracia y de liderazgos. El primer ámbito tiene que ver con la gobernanza electoral, para que esta gobernanza electoral responda a las necesidades con las que fue creada, y es buscar los espacios de redistribución del poder. Después hay un programa interamericano sobre el liderazgo de las mujeres, donde generamos conocimiento y también tenemos cursos de capacitación. Hay un poderoso curso que ha llegado a más de 1000 mujeres con más de 15 ediciones, que es para candidatas electorales, en las cuales conversamos con ellas, pero también nos ponemos en una agenda de solidaridad y articulación y alianzas entre las mujeres, a pesar de las múltiples diferencias ideológicas o de partidos políticos. También hablamos de los temas de violencia política, porque no es lo mismo llegar que quedarse, y la violencia política es una forma de ejercicio de disciplinar a las mujeres para que vuelvan al mundo de lo privado y enfrentar la violencia, hacer buenas investigaciones, buenas leyes que permitan sancionar la violencia política. Es parte de las aspiraciones de la CIM en este programa de liderazgo de las mujeres. La aspiración histórica de las mujeres es estar en el mundo de lo público, que nuestro trabajo sea remunerado y que tenga un reconocimiento. COVID ha puesto en evidencia una profundización de las brechas existentes para el logro de este objetivo. Estas brechas existentes ahora dan cuenta de que podríamos tener un rezago de más de 2 décadas en el mundo laboral, que el cierre de brechas que se previó que podía tardar 100 años en cerrarse, ahora se habla de 135 años para cerrar la brecha entre los hombres y las mujeres. Entonces, nuestro objetivo es que miren el derecho de las mujeres al empoderamiento económico, que el statement "quédate en casa", que es un viejo conocido del patriarcado, no sea que nos quedemos en casa siempre, y que entendamos que la inserción de la mitad de la población, de este talento humano que tiene una serie de ventajas competitivas, es necesario para el crecimiento económico. De manera que la CIM está colocando esta realidad, está colocando las necesidades de las mujeres y está haciendo unas recomendaciones de rutas para poder cumplir con el derecho al empoderamiento económico y con el crecimiento económico que requieren nuestras empobrecidas economías en tiempos de COVID.
Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
The COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to our member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Center's program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the C2, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SEDI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national, subnational, regional, or global level, is not enough. Effective, focused, and sustained coordination among stakeholders is paramount to provide countries with integrated and comprehensive support.
The OAS, as a hemispheric forum and honest broker, must continue to facilitate this process while we work with member states towards the attainment of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, SG, and thank you all for almost being on time. Colleagues, following the verification of quorum, I'm pleased to declare open this special meeting of the Permanent Council convened at the request of the Permanent Mission of the Dominican Republic in its capacity as coordinator of the group for coordination of the articulation for the rights of women and girls and the gender equality, and on behalf of the permanent missions of Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, Panama, the United States, and Uruguay, to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. For this purpose, and in accordance with Article 43 of the Rules of Procedure, I now consult with the delegates on the adoption of the order of business for this meeting as outlined in document CP/OD 2524/24. If there are no further comments, the order of business is hereby approved. Adopted. Colleagues, as we gather in this special meeting today, we reflect on two significant anniversaries that underscore our collective commitment to combating violence against women. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the adoption of United Nations Resolution 54/134, which on December 17, 1999, designated November 25th as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. The theme of this year's observance, No Excuse, serves as a powerful reminder of the ongoing need for global action on this critical issue. Additionally, on October 26th of this year, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the follow-up mechanism for the Belém do Pará Convention, MESECVI, the only inter-American mechanism exclusively dedicated to the prevention and elimination of violence against women. This milestone represents a key achievement in the commitment of the OAS to prevent, punish, and eradicate violence against women. Since its creation, the MESECVI has served as an essential framework for monitoring the commitments adopted under the Belém do Pará Convention through the active participation of both state parties and civil society. Lastly, in this special meeting, we will consider the initiative, the OAS, Safe Spaces for Women, presented by the delegation of Costa Rica. This initiative seeks to advance its implementation within the OAS framework and is of particular importance as it aims to create inclusive, safe, and respectful environments for women across the organization. Colleagues, it's not that the OAS is not a safe place, but that this kind of initiative is something that needs to be done regularly and continuously because, let's face it, the communities we live in are sometimes not the safest places for women. And we need to set the example and continue to do so continuously, and I think this is a great initiative in that respect. Sorry to digress from my script. This is very important as such. The agenda includes crucial remarks from various distinguished panelists, and given the significance of each contribution to the discussions on these critical matters, I think it is going to be essential that we adhere to the time allocation for each speaker. We have a long day in front of us, so sticking to the time allocations is going to be very important to ensure that all voices are heard and that our meeting progresses smoothly and efficiently. So, in that respect, the chair kindly requests that participants and the delegations remain mindful of the time limits to ensure that we can address all points on the agenda, and your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I'm now pleased to continue this commemoration by welcoming our distinguished Secretary General, Luis Almagro. And Mr. Secretary General, welcome. Please proceed.
Saludo al presidente.
Greetings to the chair of the Permanent Council, Permanent Representative of Belize. Thank you very much for convening this space to discuss this. Thank you to Costa Rica, the DR, Chile, which Chair Ms. Sekvit, to the chair of the group of experts in Ms. Sekvit, ICHR observers, members of the Executive Secretariat of the SEAM, Technical Secretariat of Ms. Sekvit, distinguished panelists, Ms. Clara Muña, and the entire team that works to eradicate violence against women. Violence against women is omnipresent, and we see that women and girls, wherever they may find themselves, face various forms of violence, and preventing, caring for, and punishing violence against women and girls is one of the major challenges that our societies face. And this type of violence has become a human rights violation, the most systematic and visible around the world. It's very serious because it leads to an impact on social, family, comprehensive, and personal development, and over 50% of the hemisphere's population faces it. The OAS, with SEAM for 30 years now, has been working on the Inter-American Convention to prevent, sanction, and eradicate violence against women, the Brando Para Convention, and the international This is the international document that's most important in this area to change legal frameworks and ensure that women are able to live a life free of violence in the region. And yet, despite the progress achieved, the reality tells us that a huge number of women are victims of violence throughout their lives. And this is tragic when, for example, we see that the most dangerous place for women and girls in our continent is their own home. It's also true that this type of violence is seen in all spaces where we develop schools, public spaces, politics, the cyber universe. Anywhere where we see the majority of our social interactions, and contemporary violence has changed with technological development, and this is just an extension of continuous violence against women and girls faced in our region. Violence can culminate in femicide, and this is a growing trend throughout almost our entire region. We need steps to prevent this, but we haven't done enough. We see growing impunity in these types of cases, and that sends a very strong show of impunity in much of society. And we see a perpetuation of these horrific crimes, and we cannot allow this in a democratic society. We can continue to perpetuate structural discrimination against women and girls, placing them in vulnerable situations. Or we can recognize the right of women and girls to live a life free of violence. We need to take the right choice, and this is our highest calling in all state bodies, for the relevant stakeholders and society to comply with this mandate, and to do so efficiently and without setbacks. The Executive Secretariat of the SEAM and the Technical Secretariat of Ms. Sekvit have just celebrated 30 years on October 26th, and they continue to be pioneers in this fight. We see that the persistence of old patterns of violence and also new growing patterns, and they continue to perpetuate themselves. And in framework of the commemoration of the International Day Against Violence Against Women, I'd like to reiterate the OAS's commitment and that of the General Secretariat and myself to provide support in fighting all forms of violence against all women, independently of their age, migration status, ethnicity, race, sexual orientation, disability, or religious beliefs. I would also like to be very clear so that all member states of the OAS move forward in implementing the Belém do Pará Convention and provide support for follow-up mechanisms as a reference. This commitment to transforming our society is something that we need to do in order to ensure that women are not second-class citizens and are able to enjoy all of their rights in all situations. Women and girls often are facing a lack of protection of their own rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your remarks. Colleagues, we will now proceed with the presentations by our distinguished authorities and invited panelists in commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. To begin, I kindly request the Secretariat to proceed with the presentation of the video by Her Excellency Mayra Jimenez, Minister for Women of the Dominican Republic. Secretary, please proceed.
Your Excellencies, members of the Permanent Council, it's a great honor for the Ministry of Women in the Dominican Republic to have this opportunity to speak to all of you in the framework of this special council of the OAS in commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. We join the international community to remember a very painful chapter in our history and at the same time reiterate our commitment in the fight against violence against women. One of the most profound violations of human rights today is of transcendental importance for our delegation. As the 25th of November, 1960, the Sisters of the Homeland, Maria Teresa Miraval, were brutally murdered by the Rafael Trujillo dictatorship because of their bravery in the fight against oppression and injustice in the DR. Their sacrifice has left an unforgettable mark on the history of our country, and without a doubt, it is a symbol of resistance and the universal fight for democracy and dignity for all individuals. In 1999, the UN General Assembly decided through Resolution 54-134 to commemorate today in their memory. And ever since then, on the 25th of November, we have had a space for reflection and international actions to raise awareness on the various forms of violence that continue to beset women and girls in the entire world. This year, in the framework of the 25th anniversary of that commemoration, we are very proud to have led the proposal for a resolution at the UN to commemorate this day with a call for urgent action in order to eradicate gender-based violence in all of its forms. Based on data from the WHO, 1 of every 3 women around the world has been a victim of physical or sexual violence at the hands of her own partner or ex-partner. This represents an issue of public health, and the dimension is simply devastating. Violence against women not only ruins lives, it also undermines the well-beings of entire communities. It interrupts social and economic development, and it perpetuates a cycle of inequality that we need to decisively and collectively break down. Though we have made great progress in our public policies and legislation, as we see with the implementation of the Belém do Pará Convention, there's much ground left to cover. This International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women calls on all of us to reflect on the advancements we've achieved and to recognize the major challenges that lie ahead to ensure that all women are able to live in an environment free of violence. Therefore, the commitment with the implementation of the platform of action of Medellin and its actions as we move forward toward the 30th anniversary of its adoption in 2025 will continue to be fundamental if we are going to achieve gender equality and build a culture of peace and respect. Your Excellencies, from the Dominican Republic, we reiterate our commitment. We assure you that we will not give up until violence has been eradicated in all of its manifestations, until every woman, every girl is able to live without fear, in dignity, and in respect. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, and we express our gratitude to the permanent mission of the Dominican Republic for facilitating the participation of Her Excellency Mayra Jimenez in this important commemoration. Kindly ask the permanent mission to convey our thanks on behalf of the Permanent Council. Colleagues, we have had a change in the order of speakers for this agenda item, so the representative from Canada will speak at the end of this panel. And so now I would like to invite Ms. Alejandra Mora Mora, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women, to share her insights. Madam Executive Secretary, welcome to the OAS Permanent Council. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Warm greetings to the table, Mr. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, to our dear ministers from Costa Rica, Minister Mayra Jimenez from the Dominican Republic, and Minister Orellana from Chile, all members of the SIM, Commissioner Clark, dear ambassadors, and members of missions, as well as employees of the OAS. Today we are paying very special tribute to all women who, with their strength and resilience, have been facing off violence. And this is also a day of mourning for those of us we have lost, because there are many women in our region who die in our region due to violence against women. And so we would like to pay very special tribute to all of them. One more year, we are coming together to discuss these topics, and this should be something we discuss every single day, but we dedicate a special day to the topic. And I would like to tell you all that I'm coming from a huge meeting with women in the Caribbean, and with that energy from the women of the Caribbean, we were able to discuss the issues of violence in depth, and we also talked about something that I would like to share with all of you and that we are reflecting on in the Caribbean, and that is the need for us to understand these connections between violence and discrimination. Many forms of discrimination, such as poverty, lack of access to education, work, exclusion from opportunities at work, or being in decision-making spaces, really limit women's conditions in accessing opportunities and their own rights. But I would also like to say that a woman who is going through violence is not able to work for remunerated employment because often she is prevented from doing so. There is also systematic discrimination. There are many more risk factors faced by women in living free of violence, and that is why violence is seen as the extreme form of discrimination. And I'm saying all of this not from a semantics perspective, but rather from an operational standpoint, because these interrelations and various layers of discrimination and the cross-cutting nature of violence based on gender need to be considered in this twofold perspective whenever we talk about public policies. It's laid out in our very important convention, which lays the framework for all of this, and is also a reference in the General Secretariat and the Convention to Prevent, Punish, and Eradicate Violence Against Women, which has been deepened. And these standards are very much enforced today. We need to establish the specificities of gender-based violence, both in the public and private spheres, as we have both public and private perpetrators of this type of violence. Belinda Parra was a point of inflection in protecting women's rights to live a life free of violence in the region and the Inter-American system, among others. This has been a mechanism to inform us on the measures adopted by governments in order to prevent and eradicate violence against women, as well as the many challenges faced and risk factors that contribute to violence. This has allowed us to strengthen the essential content and standards for human rights within the Inter-American system. As part of this process, the mechanisms that we have for protecting women's rights have been fundamental. And here I would like to recognize the 3 ministers that are with us today and all of the female ministers of the region who have taken part in this and who are part of the legacy of this process. But the fight can't just be carried by ministers of women, much less by just women. That is why the matter of understanding the complexity requires participation from all institutions and all ministries of our governments. This includes policies aimed at fighting violence from a comprehensive standpoint. And we must acknowledge the continuum of violence to which women are exposed, and that this is the same way that we can control this scourge from our various ministries. And we note the revolutionary nature of the definition of violence in the Belém do Pará Convention, that even though we see violence in new realms such as the virtual sphere, online, or whenever we see displacements and migration where there is a certain level of violence. And today our region has made great strides in its legislation and the entire architecture of justice. This is thanks to Belém do Pará. It's also very important for us to mention everything that we have been doing in the last 20 years with the model laws on political violence, femicide, and everything else that we are doing at this time. The thematic reports such as on child marriage, cyber violence, and harassment, among others, which have improved implementation of the Belém do Pará Convention. And yet, as we have already heard from the minister herself, we need to continue working on these topics. We have 2 women. A woman dies every 2 hours in our region because around the world, 1 out of every 3 women states that they have been physically or sexually assaulted, and 60% of girls and women around the world have been subject to cyber harassment. And just to conclude, I would like to highlight the issue of cyber harassment and what we see in the digital realm, because this is something addressed by Ms. Sekvi, and that is why we need to work on the language used to address AI and the virtual world. This has been on our agenda for quite some time now, and now we see men and women who are getting an education, but we see these patterns replicated without any regulation or control. So it's also important for us to study what's happening with young men. Latino barometers on gender note that there is a growing percentage of young men between 15 and 29 years of age who deny the existence of gender-based violence, who believe it is unimportant, who think that it is simply made up. And healthcare centers have raised the alarm on the impact of healthcare networks and we see that young people are less likely to socialize in person and turn to digital networks in order to create their identities. Often we find that all of this has a huge impact, and we would like to note the need to working on this topic. I just have 1 more minute left, and I would just like to note the need to talk about the budget, not only the budget in the OAS, as well as what we do in Mesesik and the SEAMS activities, which have been underway for many years to support the staff and financing various activities, but also the expenses of our meetings from McSevy and the general budget. This is very important. We need to draw your attention to it. And in that sense, I would like to conclude by stating that the states also need to continue driving the budget and 1% of the budget of the states need to be dedicated to eradicating violence. And finally, we celebrate that in its various spaces at the Permanent Council and the General Secretariat, the OAS has been reiterating its commitment to continue fighting gender-based violence and promoting greater implementation of this marvelous instrument that we have, which was adopted in the General Assembly, and we would like to make it a reality every single day. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary, for your presentation. So I just want to remind everyone that we do have a long agenda, and we'd want everyone to try to stick to the time limits. Next, we acknowledge and give the floor to Commissioner Roberta Clark, President of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Madam President, welcome back to the OAS Permanent Council. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Young. Am I being heard well?
Yes, we're hearing you well.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Young, and good morning to everyone, Secretary General Almagro, fellow panelists, permanent representatives and ambassadors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to, first of all, on behalf of the Commission, extend greetings to all of the authorities of this Council. And on this day, like the previous speakers, I wish to recall the courage of the Mirabel sisters, of what they lost in their resistance to political oppression and repression. The designation of November 25th as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is one of the legacies of how they lived, but also how they died. It is a day on which we make visible and vocal our individual and collective recommitment to ending the silence and therefore impunity that surrounds harms done to women and girls because they are women and girls. First commemorated in Latin America, this day is now universally observed. In our commemorations here in the OAS, we are using this important political platform to call for an effective and comprehensive approach that would prevent and bring justice for gender-based, inequality-motivated human rights violations that persist across all societies. These public acts are necessary because they focus our attention and our resolve. It is indisputable that we have made progress in the development of laws and policies to prevent and respond effectively to all forms of violence against women and girls. Yet, it is, as the previous speakers have said, the rates of violence are very troubling. It is estimated that 15% of women in North America and 11% of women in Latin America and the Caribbean have experienced sexual violence by someone other than their intimate partner at some point. This region also had was a femicide. Additionally, challenges to democratic institutions, migration, and organized crime exacerbate the risk of violence against women in this region. Women human rights defenders working on indigenous land rights, on environmental justice, on LGBTI rights, on state accountability and the rule of law are the targets of hate speech, stigmatization, online abuse, and violence. And the dangers are exacerbated where these women human rights defenders come from historically marginalized communities. Still, in the face of these risks of multidimensional threats, and indeed because of these risks, strong normative standards exist on the range of state obligations to protect women and girls from harm in the home, in public spaces, in the workplace, in education institutions, and now online. The Belém do Pará Convention recognizes in its preamble that violence against women is a manifestation of the historically unequal power relations between women and men, and we've heard quite a lot about that this morning. Ending gender-based violence therefore requires a whole of society commitment. The Inter-American Court on Human Rights has determined that the state duty requires the formulation of legal norms, the design of public policies, institutions, and mechanisms to combat all forms of violence. But it also requires the adoption and implementation of measures to eradicate the prejudices, stereotypes, and practices that constitute the root causes of gender-based violence against women. So we have to start there, because gender inequality and discrimination against women, which remains embedded in culture, undermines the effectiveness of all those wonderful laws and policies. Violence against women cannot be addressed without public policies to dismantle historic inequality between women and men. So all states must continue to work assiduously to ensure equal access to quality healthcare across the life cycle based on principles such as autonomy. We need equal pay and equal opportunities. We need parity in women's participation in decision-making. And we need sustained work to address poverty that disproportionately affects women, having regard to their care responsibilities. In addition to these general prevention policies, we must continue to assess and strengthen the institutional framework to support women in situations of violence, including psychosocial support programs. But policing and the judicial processes remain central to ending impunity. In the emblematic case of the Commission from Brazil, Maria de Pena, the Commission reminded that women's access to justice is paramount to protecting their rights and freedoms, as well as promoting respect for the rule of law. So therefore, it's not enough for states to have laws in place. They must also be enforced and upheld. And this includes investigating, prosecuting, and punishing acts of violence against women. I would say that we cannot take progress for granted, even though we have real signs of progress. Laws and policies are one thing. Implementation, however, is where accountability is expressed. For effectiveness, we must continue to maintain focus on the specificity of gender-based harms. These harms are not like any other violence, even though violence against women is the most prevalent form of violence in our region. The motivation is control and domination, and the violence reinforces inequalities. So implementation requires dedicated institutions that are well-resourced and charged with monitoring progress and responding to ineffectiveness. All barriers to reporting must be removed, and we must be especially determined to protect children from sexual abuse and its consequences, including through due diligence investigations and punishment and non-discriminatory, non-stigmatizing access to health services. As I end, I take this opportunity to call on all states here to reaffirm our international commitments to the constant fight against historical roots that foster violence against women, promoting the deconstruction of gender stereotypes and discriminatory patterns, and providing adequate responses to address the needs of women and girls while ensuring fair accountability. I thank you very much for this opportunity to the Commission.
Thank you, Madam President, for your presentation. Next on the agenda, I kindly request the Secretariat to proceed with the presentation of the video by Mrs. Minot Tavares Mirabal, descendant of the Mirabal sisters, daughter of Minerva Mirabal. Secretary, please proceed.
Hola, yo soy Minú Tavares.
I am Minú Tavares Mirabal, and it is a great pleasure to greet you from the Dominican Republic. At this moment, when the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States is meeting, convened by the group that stands up for women, little girls, and so many others who are commemorating with us, and I dare say with all women in the world, 25th of November was back in 1999 decided by the United Nations to be the International Day for the Eradication of Violence Against Women. The Patria sisters, Minerva, my mother, and her sister, were stellar fighters for justice in this one of the bloodiest dictatorships that has ever existed in Latin America, and which we had for too many years under the aegis of Leonidas Trujillo. My mother was in fact persecuted. And this was, I hate to say it, totally typical. There was a demonstration here, an outburst of machista violence because Trujillo met her and decided he would have her. And she said, I don't think so. On which excuse he turned it into a political rejection. And from that, she, along with my father, who was a national hero and who was assassinated, decided that things couldn't remain that way, and they sowed, my father and my sister, they sowed the seeds for a veritable uprising that spread through the country. But everyone was persecuted and criminally prosecuted. We're also therefore talking about, in the broader sense of the term, a political form of violence that goes above and beyond gender violence, bad enough. My mother, who was thrown into a situation of prejudice, she graduated with top classes and was not able to use her title. She was prosecuted. She was persecuted, not the same, and done so, let me say, most abjectly in the Dominican Republic press of the day with lies. It didn't end there. She was assassinated, dear friends, she and her sisters. And it wasn't a quick bullet. It was killed by assault, by different types of weaponry, and finally thrown into an abyss off the cliff to try to make it pass. But these are women who thought that a better world was possible, who thought and fought for that better world which they were determined was possible. And to stand up against this kind of violence that exists, we all know it around this table, alas, exists everywhere. Doesn't matter how what the income of your average person is. It's everywhere. And alas, this is so often what blocks genuine democracy in our countries. Why do I say this? Because no democracy worthy of the name can sit idly by, allowing its womenfolk of whatever age, including young girls, adolescents, older women, old women, should be battered, raped. These are societies, dear friends, who aren't where they need to be at the end of the day. And so the sisters Patria, Minerva, and Maria Teresa Mirabal, those three sisters, thank you for remembering them just outside these doors in the Aztec patio. Thank you for the Dominican Republic that doesn't ever forget them. Thanks to each one of you, because they chose as their nom de guerre the capacity of butterflies to morph into something else and to reach anywhere, touching people's heart and people's minds, both men and women. Can only hope that all of them, all genders, can keep fighting for a better world. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to express our gratitude again to the Permanent Mission of the Dominican Republic for facilitating the presentation by Mrs. Tavares Mirabal in this commemoration. Kindly convey our thanks to her on behalf of the Permanent Council. To conclude the panelists' presentations, I would like to acknowledge and give the floor to Ms. Mary Louisa Capellos, Senior Assistant Deputy Minister, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs of Canada. Ms. Capellos, welcome to the OAS Permanent Council. Please proceed.
Good morning. Hoping you can hear me okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to see. My apologies. I will begin by saying my name is Mary Louisa Capellos. I am the Senior ADM of Crown Indigenous Relations, and I'm joining you today from the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. I myself am Métis from the community of Saint Francois Xavier in Manitoba, and also a survivor of intergenerational trauma. So truly an honor to be here with you all. I've been asked to join and share a bit of what we have been doing in relation to the work. I currently oversee what's known as the Secretariat for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls within the Government of Canada. Back in September of 2016, as folks may recall, there was a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls to investigate the systemic causes behind the violence that Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ people experience. Following that, in 2019, there was a report released that included 231 calls for justice that are directed at various levels of government here in Canada, service delivery providers, the private sector, media, and pretty much all Canadians. One of the calls specifically called upon the governments to develop a plan, a national plan, to address and end this national tragedy of violence against Indigenous women and girls and 2S LGBTQIA+ people. In response to this report, we worked with partners directly, survivors, families, levels of government to develop a national action plan that was launched on June 3rd of 2021. It included the collaboration of over 100 Indigenous women, groups, individuals who had a common goal to end this crisis. One of the components in the plan was a federal pathway. It was basically the federal government's commitments in the plan of how it was going to combat this violence. And with a focus on these vulnerable populations, including all forms of exploitation and abuse, sexual and labor trafficking. Since then, every year on June 3rd, we release a progress report that outlines how we're doing, how we're not doing, where we need to focus more attention. The third one was just released this past year and showed that out of all the work that 20 departments and agencies had made, over 88 initiatives and programs, we're finally making some progress. And we're linking what we're doing to that initial report to demonstrate our accountability and our commitment to truly ending this crisis. In 2023-24, we also had new investments that included advancing areas in key areas such as Aboriginal community safety planning. We had projects for Indigenous shelters and transitional housing, which is going to result in the building of 380 units. We had also housing specific investments. As we know, housing and these things are such a crucial part of addressing these issues, is ensuring people have safe and healthy places to live, where we've seen huge investments in Indigenous, by Indigenous organizations, governments, including, and I'll just give you one group basically constructed 4,300 units and provided financial assistance to a further 9,500 households, and that's the Métis groups. We also have seen internet increase with 3,000 Indigenous households receiving access to high-speed internet. The other thing we've done is we've launched a lot of intergovernmental work, because this isn't something that one government alone can advance. And so we have now established annual roundtables. The first was held in January 2023, and the second in February 2024. And we're getting ready for our third one that's coming up in early 2025. One of the key outputs from these roundtables has been a red dress alert, and establishing a red dress alert to notify the public when an Indigenous woman or gender diverse person goes missing. This is a huge, huge thing that is very important to community members. Is we want to find people as quickly as we possibly can. We all know that that's the most important time, that's first 24 hours. So we are looking at a pilot right now with the province of Manitoba. And it is basically being community-led. By an organization called Gagana Winnamag. And with the government of Canada and the province of Manitoba, we are hoping to see this come to fruition in the coming months. true collaboration on the ground to see a change. And thank you. I wish you all the best with the rest of your meeting. And thank you for the opportunity to share some of what we have been doing to combat this national tragedy and international tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Capellas, for your remarks. Colleagues, in response to the request made by the distinguished delegation of Chile, we will now proceed with the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the follow-up mechanism of the Belém do Pará Convention, MESECVI. To this end, I kindly request the Secretariat to proceed with the presentation of the video by Her Excellency Antonia Orellana Guarello, Minister of Women and Gender Equity of Chile, and President of the Conference of States Parties to the MESECVI. Secretary, can you please proceed?
In the framework of this Permanent Council meeting, I'd like to greet all of the ambassadors and thank you for being with us, marking the 20th year of the Belém do Pará Convention. We put forward our commitment to make sure that the follow-up mechanism would be accelerated, including its political bodies, the Conference of States Parties, and its technical body, as well as the Committee of Experts. In defining the strategic plan for 2024-2029, we agreed on outcomes aimed at generating strategies to bolster our response to issues that affect us all, such as human trafficking. This has been significantly exacerbated by the effects of forced displacement and organized crime. This will involve promoting laws and mechanisms to eradicate the trafficking of women, girls, and adolescents, as well as the associated transnational crimes in the region, adopting a preventive and reparative approach. Based, of course, on our convention, Belém do Pará, as you may know, is a pioneering convention. It speaks to gender equality and fights for human rights. It has full validity and gives life to the text to ensure that what we have signed will in fact be promoted and upheld. For this very reason, it's absolutely essential that states parties commit to the continuous and effective functioning of the mechanism. Only through that commitment can we ensure that our initiatives and strategies, such as the 2025-2029 plan, are implemented effectively and sustainably for the benefit of all women and girls in the region. Minister of Women and Gender Equality from the Government of Chile.
Thank you. We express our gratitude again to the Permanent Mission of Chile for facilitating the participation of Minister Orellana Guarello in this commemoration. Thank you. Please convey our thanks to her on behalf of the Permanent Council. Next, I kindly request the Secretariat to proceed with the presentation of the video by Ms. Gloria Camacho Zambrano, President of the Committee of Experts of the MESECVI and the Principal Expert of Ecuador to the committee. Secretariat, please proceed.
Distinguidas y distinguidos representantes de las misiones permanentes ante la Organización de Estados Americanos.
The interpreter regrets the sound is really bad.
Do we have a technical problem? Just bear with us.
Procedo a leer sus palabras. Hoy conmemoramos los 20 años de la creación.
Interpreter regrets. The sound is now totally off.
Okay, so if we're having some technical difficulties with that, perhaps we proceed with the next presentation. Are you? Yes? Please proceed to the next presentation.
A very warm and cordial greeting to you, to the chair, to the Minister of Women of Panama, to our beloved SIM Secretary, to the representative of the Women's Affairs in Costa Rica, Ms. Quesada, and the person in charge of follow-up, and indeed the chair of the OAS, the president, all of you delegates. Very warm appreciation to the representative of Costa Rica, who has certainly stood for the importance of upholding the Belén do Pará Convention for the prevention, sanction, and eradication of violence against women, both in the public sphere as in the private. This, then, we believe, is a good moment to stop and think. Let us ponder the commitment that we are upholding and that I do believe we would all wish to uphold with regard to that goal. And I am quite sure we would all agree we're not there yet. And alas, too many women throughout the hemisphere know it in their own lives. The Convention of Belén do Pará doesn't just drop from heaven. It's hard work. It represents hard work in the past. Women who were determined to stop closing their eyes and simply turning from examples of egregious unfairness, sometimes physical, sexual, psychological violence against women, marginalization, and so many other means by which women in our hemisphere have been downgraded and disregarded. Let us listen for those voices of the past and voices of the present, and those who insisted that these issues be on our to-do list at this meeting and so many others. When we were asked to participate among the committee of experts on this issue, and most of us were women as it happens, to value that instrument, many of us did so with alacrity because we understood that this had to be done. Couldn't turn a blind eye to what remained to be done, to the role of the state, the absolute bare minimum that the state needed to ensure would be in place by way of reparations and follow-up. And therefore, in August of 1991, we put forward the text we worked on, and it was distributed throughout October of that same year, 91. And finally, in 1994, 3 years later, it was adopted by the OAS General Assembly of that year. Now that is a milestone, because since then, there has been a law against domestic violence, criminalization of violence against women, and various different institutions at the national level were focused on women. The institution that has continued in our different countries, upholding the articles of the 1993 Vienna Convention, the conventions on development, and let us not forget the major milestone of the Beijing Conference that marked the commitment of so many. In our judgment, this was never only a question of physical violence alone, sexual and physical violence on, as if that weren't enough. Psychological violence, somehow on the part of some governmental sectors, wasn't that worrisome, if you can imagine that. Well, a lot of us didn't feel that that was the case, and understood, by the way, that this could in no way be limited to the public sphere, but needed absolutely to apply to the private sector as well. And so let me take this moment to pay tribute to the very hard work that our different states have carried out in the context of public law, administrative, judicial, at the level of the police, at the level of the individual as in the collective fora, that have aimed at empowering women, at avoiding deaths, and at certainly always standing up against irreparable harm. Among the many goals that I am referring to here, I refer also to pernicious power circles. You know as well as I that accusing, speaking up against is important, but that isn't enough. There has to be a backstopping and assistance to the women and indeed to the minors who so often accompany them and who often are not spared. Thank you, thank you, thank you to everyone still here or who can remember working on that draft for your unflinching devotion to these goals and to the ongoing technical but also very realistic debate that has led to our increasing our influence on moving the needle. Thank you to you all. You know who you are, and I can only applaud the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States for holding this session, because we all know that the matter is not dead. It remains very, very important. And thank you, Sim. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we express our gratitude to the Permanent Mission of Costa Rica for facilitating the presentation by Ambassador Carmen Claramunt, who was a negotiator of the Belém do Pará Convention. Thank you very much. And please convey our thanks to Ambassador on behalf of the Permanent Council. So we did have a video that we had a problem with. I suspect that we will have to move on. So colleagues, we move on to item 5. In response to the request of the delegation of Costa Rica, we now address the topic, the OAS, Safe Spaces for Women. This initiative, developed by the distinguished Minister of the Status of Women of Costa Rica, Her Excellency Cindy Quesada, aims to create safe environments for women at risk, with a focus on community empowerment, gender equity, and protection from violence. Implementing this initiative at the OAS will strengthen regional cooperation, promote the exchange of best practices, and advance inclusive policies to protect women's rights. To provide us with further details about this important initiative, I am pleased to greet and warmly welcome Her Excellency Cindy Quesada, who is here with us today. Minister, welcome to the OAS Permanent Council. Will you be doing your presentation there or at the head table? Yeah, there. Welcome. Yeah. Please proceed, Minister.
When speeches are translated into actions, that is when we are able to truly transform realities, and we can show that change can be a reality. Thank you very much. Good morning to all. It's an honor, Mr. Secretary General, permanent representatives, Mr. Secretary General Alejandra Mora Mora, delegates. It's a great honor to speak to all of you at this historic moment in which the OAS is making a fundamental step forward toward eradicating violence against women through the initiative OAS, a safe space for all women. This commitment is being adopted with a very special aim of internationally commemorating the 30 years of the International Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women and 20 years of the creation of MESECVI, a key mechanism for implementing the Belém do Pará Convention. The importance of this day and this commemoration invites us to reflect on the advancements achieved and challenges that we still face. Violence against women continues to be one of the main human rights violations that we face in our region, with an impact not only on victims, but also the development of societies as a whole. This initiative is an urgent response to the various forms of violence and inequality that women face. That includes multilateral spaces, and it is inspired by the reference work of UN Women in successful programs in countries of our region. The OAS, a safe space for all women, seeks to guarantee that all women, independently of their position or nationality, are able to live in an environment free of violence with respect and inclusion. For Costa Rica, these efforts are rooted in the implementation of the Gender Roadmap, which has been a strategy to prioritize some of the fundamental topics to ensuring equity and women's safety in all spaces. This roadmap is developed by the National Institute of Women and promotes safe environments for women with the creation of protocols, care spaces, and awareness-raising programs. Now that initiative seeks to expand that model in the multilateral realm. In Costa Rica, we have adopted a comprehensive approach that includes both the public and private sector. This is basic and fundamental to guaranteeing that women have safe spaces in the workplace, events, and at meetings. These spaces have strengthened our society while also promoting more inclusive communities. And here we note our great partners and invite them to be part of the conversation. Regionally, Latin America and the Caribbean face high levels of violence against women, but they also have sufficient and robust reference frameworks such as the Belém do Pará Convention, the work of MESECVI, and on this 20th anniversary of MESECVI, we remember the importance of reinforcing its mandate and coordinating efforts to ensure that no space is exempt from our actions against violence against women. Multilaterally adopting this initiative is a precedent so the OAS can be a global model for respect and equity, ensuring workspaces, negotiations, and events that are safe for all women strengthens the fundamental values of the OAS and underscores its leadership in promoting human rights. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of the delegations that have supported the initiative and recognize the leadership of the General Secretariat, my great partner, Mr. Luis Almagro, whose vision and support have been determining factors and making this a reality. Also, I would like to express my gratitude to the member states that are with us today as part of this joint effort. Today, we are taking a necessary and brave step forward, and this is not only a commitment for women or to women who are part of the organization, that is our organization and our societies, it's also a message to the world. In the OAS, there is no room for violence. In our region, there is no room for exclusion, and together we will be able to build a future in which every woman, regardless of where she is able to live and work with dignity, respect, and in safety. This initiative should be a beacon of hope, an example for other institutions, and a reminder that change begins here, with our actions and our will. Because when we protect women, we are protecting the very heart of our democracies and strengthening the social fabric of our nations. Very special thanks to the Costa Rican mission. We have our ambassador, Alejandra Solano, Onesame Araya. Thank you very much, my dear colleagues, and to the entire team, because this today is a reality. And with this very clear vision and reiterated commitment, we will move forward together on the path that we are beginning today, sure that it will transform lives and open doors to a safer, fairer, and more equitable region for all persons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Quesada, for your valuable contribution today and for providing insights in this important initiative. Colleagues, it is now my pleasure to give the floor to Ambassador Alejandra Solano, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica, for reading of the joint declaration, OAS, Safe Spaces for Women. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to all. Costa Rica would like to take this opportunity to extend its deepest gratitude to all of the countries that have supported the option of this declaration, that have supported that as the OAS, a safe space for all women. Their support reiterates our collective commitment in our region and in this organization and Permanent Council to ensuring a safe environment that is respectful and inclusive to all women. Very special thanks to Argentina, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, and Uruguay. 26 states have supported it and endorsed the text that I will read below. And this leadership of these countries shows that through regional cooperation and multilateralism, it is indeed possible to move forward toward a more equal, fair world for all women in our hemisphere. And a very special recognition to the Secretary General of the OAS, Mr. Luis Almagro, his head of office, Gonzalo Conque, and certainly the Executive Secretariat of SIM, Alejandra Mora Mora, and her entire team for their commitment to this declaration that is just being presented today. It'll be adopted today, but it will certainly continue. And thanks to all of their efforts, we will be able to implement it appropriately. I've read the states that have endorsed the declaration, and I will read the text. We reiterate the principles and proposals of the Charter of the OAS, enshrined in Chapter 1 and underscoring the importance of recognizing the voices of all women and girls to achieving equal societies and recognizing that gender equality is necessary for peace and development in the region, and that the multiple forms of violence against all women, young women, and girls is a threat against human rights. We remember that the states party to the Inter-American Convention to Prevent, Punish, and Eradicate Violence Against Women, known as the Belém do Pará Convention, to prevent, punish, and eradicate all forms of violence against all women, as well as adopted by all appropriate measures, policies aimed at fighting discrimination and violence against women in all spaces and public and private spheres. Considering the resolution AG Res 3020, the OAS for sustainable equality and full, equal, significant, effective participation of all women through its foreign policies, and resolution AG Res 3019, promoting parity in entities and bodies of the OAS, both adopted at the 54th regular period of sessions of the OAS General Assembly, and remembering AG/3941 adopted in 2020, which establishes the mandate to achieve gender parity in all bodies of the Secretariat of the OAS, ensuring equitable representation of women and men in leadership positions of the organization, considering the Regional Declaration on the Eradication of All Gender Stereotypes in Public Spaces, which translate into symbolic violence and political violence against women due to gender reasons, on the 20th of September 2023, in which we call for promoting awareness and training of all public servants on the causes and consequences of symbolic violence in order to prevent, punish, and eliminate it, as well as preventing and eradicating violence against women in political life through concrete actions aimed at disseminating and raising awareness on women's human rights, reiterating the commitments shouldered in resolution promoting and strengthening best practices in fighting sexual harassment adopted by acclamation during the regular period of sessions of the OSGA held on November 8th, 2023. Considering the joint declaration on the shared commitments to guaranteeing open, transparent, and inclusive negotiations at the OAS adopted on February 7th, 2024, considering the declaration on strategies aimed at accelerating implementation of the Inter-American Convention to prevent, punish, and eradicate violence against women on the 12th of June, 2024, recognizing that the General Secretariat of the OAS already has a policy of zero tolerance for harassment, as indicated by the guidelines on behavior at the General Secretariat of the OAS, supporting a workplace free of harassment. We staunchly believe that mutual respect and inclusion are fundamental factors in building the strongest, most effective, and representative organization. Therefore, we are committed to 1, implementing the initiative, the OAS, a safe space for all women, with the aim of ensuring that all workplaces, including those in the virtual realm, and activities carried out in them are respectful and inclusive and safe for all women. Ensuring ongoing training with a gender-based approach for all individuals and developing specific programs to promote the importance of equal treatment during meetings and events. Promote active, full, and meaningful participation of all women in leadership positions and decision-making spaces, ensuring that women have equal opportunities to participate in commissions, fora, negotiations, and decision-making processes within the OAS, strengthening regional cooperation underway within the framework of the scope of all pertinent secretariats in order to comprehensively and effectively eradicate violence against women, ensuring equitable implementation and enforcement of all guidelines and standards in all of formal and informal meetings, including those in virtual environments, in order to ensure that they are respectful and that all voices are heard without interruptions, and the rights of all individuals present, representatives or administrative, are fully respected. To guarantee that all negotiation dialogue processes are conducted with due respect, particularly toward all women, promoting a culture of respect and equality in all meetings and multilateral debates. Contribute actively to creating a safe, equitable space in the framework of the OAS, and to reiterating our commitment to eliminating the multiple forms of violence against women and promoting gender equality. promote and strengthen existing guidelines, such as guidelines for behavior at the OAS, at the General Secretariat of the OAS, supporting a harassment-free workplace as a tool to guaranteeing a safe and respectful workplace, driving the design and development of a protocol to guarantee that all negotiation processes, work meetings, whether formal, informal, in-person, or virtual, and official events are carried out in a environment of mutual respect. Finally, provide follow-up on the implementation of this declaration in order to measure its impact within the organization. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to all for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Solana, and your team from the Permanent Mission of Costa Rica. Thank you for your leadership and dedication in advancing this important initiative. Thank you, Minister. The declaration that Ambassador Solana just read will be issued as an informative document of the Permanent Council once this meeting adjourns. So next we will proceed with the ceremony for the act of signing of the executive order by the OAS Secretary General, as well as the implementation of the declaration of the OAS General Secretariat by the Inter-American Commission of Women.
Just a few brief words to recognize the work of all of our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, who are here. We have our resolution, and this is certainly a commitment to shouldering this initiative thanks to Costa Rica as our own. And we need to see this space, this sign that says Safe Space for All Women. We need to earn that both here on the inside and in every office of the General Secretariat. Our commitment to implementing these measures is part of our path toward continually being more effective and more efficient in building a safe space for all women at the OAS. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. And thank you, Minister. Thank you, Ambassador. Colleagues, earlier we had a technical problem with one of the videos for the previous item, and I've been informed that the video is now ready. So I would like to ask the Secretariat to proceed with the video presentation from Ms. Gloria Camacho Zambrano, who is the President of the Committee of Experts of the MESECVI and the Principal Expert of Ecuador to the committee. Please proceed.
Dear representatives of the permanent missions to the OAS, dear authorities, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are commemorating 20 years since the creation of the mechanism for follow-up of the Belém do Pará Convention, a fundamental space for strengthening the response of governments to eradicating violence against women and girls in our region. Over 20 years now, MESEC has worked tirelessly in order to ensure that violence against women is recognized as a human rights violation, an offense to human dignity, and an obstacle to the development of our society. Thus, as the adoption of the convention, this was a milestone 30 years ago as the first binding treaty to recognize violence against women as a violation of rights. The creation of Mississippi continues to be essential for the effective implementation of the convention and ensuring the right of all women and girls of the region to live a life free of violence. And yet, this violence continues to be a shocking, widespread reality in all of our countries, not only when it comes to the various situations we face on the ground. It has taken on new forms through new technology, and that is why the work of McSEVI is more necessary than ever today. Supporting states and their commitment to strengthening their active participation are sine qua non. McSEVI plays a key role in supporting the efforts of our governments through monitoring of their activities, driving the adoption of public policies that are effective, collaboration with civil society, and working hand in hand with international organizations. This approach is crucial to generating trustworthy information on violence against women, developing tools and drafting recommendations for providing prevention, care, punishment, and eradication efforts against this scourge. Over the last 2 decades, McSEVI has been significant in its contribution to recognizing the right of women to live free of violence and strengthening the regulatory and political frameworks of states, parties. Additionally, through the work of the Committee of Experts that I chair, we have developed template laws and specific recommendations that have been fundamental for addressing specific forms of violence, such as femicide and political violence. The mechanism has also expanded the understanding of how various types of violence have a differentiated and disproportionate impact on different population groups, such as girls, indigenous women, Afro-descendant women, migrants, women with disabilities, and those who are in situations of particular vulnerability. In this process, the role of civil society has been fundamental. Women's organizations, the feminist movement, and human rights defenders have worked to drive governments to step up their efforts. This has been part of the work of the Committee of Experts, and this is a call to eradicate gender-based violence. We need collective efforts on the behalf of all of us, men and women. We have made great strides, and yet there are major challenges ahead, and violence against women and girls continues to be a widespread practice in our region, and it requires an urgent response. Thanks to our efforts in legislation and creating spaces to receive complaints and reports, as well as care for women who are victims and survivors, effective implementation of the measures established by laws and access to justice continue to be the major challenges that we face. Hemispheric reports through the system of progress indicators established by the committee have shown us widespread information on the causes of these challenges. And in the third report, we were able to identify that less than 1% of national budgets are dedicated to providing care, and punishing and eradicating violence against women and girls. The findings of the latest report, which we will be adopting at the upcoming meeting of SEBI, indicate that by 2021, mechanisms for women's rights at the national level, states that provided information spent about $2.2 per year per women on average. When we break this down, we saw almost half of the states dedicated less than $1 per year per woman. This situation isn't very different when we look on the inside, and only 2 of the 32 states parties to the convention and McSEVI have provided voluntary contributions to the mechanism. This means that it is almost impossible for us to appropriately operate the Committee of Experts, and this year we will only be able to meet virtually for 4 hours due to a lack of funds. Dear Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the states' parties, the seriousness of violence against women in our region is not going to be resolved with just 4 hours of work from the Committee of Experts. And that is why we need to strengthen our national budgets and that of MCSEVI as the body created by states to provide follow-up to the convention. Our priority tasks for the upcoming year and those to follow. On the 20th anniversary, we would like to make an appeal to states parties to reiterate their commitment to the Belén do Pará Convention and to its monitoring and follow-up mechanism. It is fundamental for us to strengthen and give new life to MCSEVI, providing it with the resources that it needs in order to expand the impact of its work on behalf of all women in our region. From the Committee of Experts, we are celebrating 20 years of work with MCSEVI, and we again reiterate our commitment to ensuring that together, men and women will be able to build a world free of violence for all women. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I would like to express our gratitude again to the permanent missions of Ecuador and Chile for facilitating the participation of Ms. Camacho Zambrano in this commemoration. And I kindly ask that you convey our thanks to her on behalf of the Permanent Council. Colleagues, I now invite member states wishing to address the significant anniversaries we are commemorating today, as well as the OAS Safe Spaces for Women initiative, to take the floor. Again, I remind you that we do want to try to stick to the time limits to give everyone a chance to be heard. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. And we offer the floor to the delegation from Mexico. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I greet Cindy Quesada, the representative of the women's condition in Costa Rica. Mexico is very grateful to each of the statements and those who made them at this session on the eradication of violence against women. We understand that violence against women is a violation of human rights and fundamental freedoms. It is also an affront to human dignity and a violation of relations that have to do with power, which, as everyone in this room has to know, has ever been unequal, and that is precisely the heart and the raison d'etre of the Belén do Pará Convention. This event, then, which we believe needs to be celebrated also because it upholds the intersectional view that is upheld in Article 9 of the Convention, speaks to the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, the CDAO. And it has been stated that violence against women is most assuredly a violence to those truths. That is why Mexico upholds the rights of women, of young women, of little girls, and all of their wonderful diversity. This is something that has to be understood throughout society, of whatever form, in order to allow us to attain democratic ideals of respect for human rights and peace and security that we, all of us, understand are the very ground upon which the OAS has been built. The commitments that we have enshrined in our joint declaration of the OAS as a safe place for all women, those who work here, those who visit here, delegates and ambassadors alike. Upholding this feminist banner, we will continue to work for follow-up of the Belén do Pará Convention, the Inter-American Convention on Women, and the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights. These stand for efforts to eliminate all forms of discrimination and violence against women. And so, together with all of you, Mexico stands to gird the powers of MCSEVI, and we respectfully beg those states who might not yet have joined or ratified the Convention of Belén do Pará and the various Inter-American Conventions Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, and related forms of intolerance, Mesigvi, and all other forms of intolerance and discrimination, the CD. If you haven't joined, do so. Greetings to Minu Tavares Mirabal. What a privilege to have listened to her at this permanent council. Her voice makes us feel very, very close to butterflies and what they stand for, and the sacrifice of Minerva, Maria Teresa, and Patria continue to be profound inspiration to all of us to keep building a dignified life for all women everywhere. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Having listened to the presenters in today's session, it is evident that gender-based violence is a pervasive and troubling issue affecting our region and must remain a priority in our national and regional agendas. Belize thanks the Dominican Republic and members of the Group for Coordination of the Articulation for the Rights of Women and Girls and Gender Equality for requesting and convening of this meeting. International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women has been observed the 25th of November for the last 25 years. We thank Ms. Tavares Mirabal for the powerful reminder of the history of the designation of this day following the brutal murder of the Mirabal sisters. Today, as we commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, the government of Belize stands resolute in its commitment to eradicating all forms of violence against women and girls. This meeting serves as a solemn reminder of the staggering reality. Globally, in 2023, a woman was killed every 10 minutes. According to the UN Women in the Caribbean, 1 in 3 women experience some form of GBV in her lifetime. It is a stain on our collective conscience that these numbers remain unacceptably high. Such statistics are not just numbers. They are the voices and lives of women and girls demanding urgent action and systemic change. In Belize, we are not immune to these challenges, and we remain unwavering in our commitment to eliminating violence against women and girls. Our national gender policy emphasizes gender-based violence as a priority thematic area. Through Goal 4 of the policy, we aim to 1, reduce the incidences of GBV by implementing public education campaigns tailored to diverse audiences, including victims, youth, and service providers. 2, increase access to gender-sensitive trauma-informed care and support services such as emergency shelters, transition homes, and affordable counseling. And 3, enhance access to justice for survivors, strengthening judicial capacity, and improving conviction rates for sexual and family violence cases. In tandem, Belize's medium-term development strategy supports these goals through strategic action such as the Spotlight Initiative, a comprehensive behavioral change communication strategy, and the strengthening of national GB response mechanisms. A key pillar of our approach is recognizing the intersectional realities of survivors. We are currently analyzing our gender programs to better address the unique needs of vulnerable groups, including women with disabilities, LGBTQ+ individuals, and indigenous communities. This will ensure that no one is left behind in our pursuit of gender equality and the prevention of violence based on gender. Belize acknowledges the need to engage men and boys in dismantling harmful norms, promoting gender equality, and ending violence against women. Through the Engaging Men and Boys project, spearheaded by Her Excellency Rosana Briceño, Special Envoy for the Development of Families and Children, we are fostering advocates among our youth, military personnel, and students. This initiative has trained nearly 600 men and boys in challenging views about masculinity, empowering them to become agents of change in the elimination of GBV against women and girls. Our commitment extends beyond policy to tangible action. Belize is strengthening forensic services to support investigations and prosecutions and expanding shelters and programs that promote survivors' economic independence. These efforts are critical in ensuring safety and fostering resilience among survivors. Excellencies, while progress has been made, we have much work ahead to address this issue comprehensively. As we gather here, let us recommit to leveraging the frameworks of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Belém do Pará Convention to advance the rights of women and girls. Belize calls on all member states to prioritize the safety, dignity, and empowerment of women and girls through meaningful partnerships and sustained action. The protection and promotion of women and girls is central to achieving social justice, equality, and peace in Latin America and the Caribbean. The empowerment and safety of women are not merely slogans, but the very foundation of a just and prosperous society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of the United States. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Secretary General Almagro, distinguished delegates, visiting honorable ministers. The United States is honored to join in today's commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. This occasion underscores our collective responsibility to address and eradicate gender-based violence in all its forms, ensuring that women and girls in all their diversity can live free from fear and harm. Yesterday, we reflected on the enduring legacy of the Mirabal sisters, whose courageous stand against oppression in the Dominican Republic continues to inspire global movements for justice and equality. As we remember them, we are reminded of the profound impact that individual bravery can have on societal change. Their story resonates deeply within the United States, where the ongoing fight against gender-based violence remains a central pillar of our human rights agenda and a vibrant part of domestic democratic discourse. At the same time, we call attention to the situation in Haiti, where the United States is supporting Haiti's request for the establishment of a new United Nations peacekeeping operation to address escalating gang violence, which includes systemic sexual violence and exploitation targeting women and girls. And in Venezuela, we remain deeply concerned about post-electoral repression, where women activists and human rights defenders have faced targeted violence and detention, underscoring the urgent need for accountability and protection. My government has implemented comprehensive strategies to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally. In December 2022, we launched an updated strategy to prevent and respond to gender-based violence globally, reaffirming our commitment to this issue. The strategy emphasizes a coordinated, multi-sectoral approach, integrating prevention and response efforts across our foreign policy and assistance programs. In alignment with these objectives, the United States remains a steadfast supporter of the Inter-American Commission of Women, or the CIM. We recognize and support the CIM's central role in advancing gender equality and combating violence against women throughout the Americas. Our collaboration includes funding and technical assistance for capacity-building initiatives that empower women leaders and strengthen institutional responses to gender-based violence. A notable example of this partnership is the training program underway this week in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago, where the CIM, with U.S. support, is facilitating workshops for prospective women political candidates in furtherance of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. These sessions focus on enhancing skills in leadership, campaign management, and effective communication, thereby fostering a more inclusive and representative political landscape in the Caribbean. Furthermore, the United States has been actively contributing to the Safe from the Start Revisioned initiative, launched in December of 2022, which aims to improve and expand protection services for women and girls from the onset of every conflict or disaster. This initiative underscores our commitment to addressing the unique vulnerabilities faced by women and girls in emergency contexts. Chair, finally, we also commend and are proud to join Costa Rica's initiative OAS Safe Spaces for Women, which seeks to create respectful and inclusive environments within our own organization's structure and framework. This initiative aligns with our participation in the OAS Gender Articulation Group and our shared goal of ensuring that all women can participate fully and safely in political, economic, and social spheres. In closing, as we honor the memory of the Mirabal sisters and reaffirm our commitments today, the United States continues to work alongside our partners in the Americas. Together, we must continue to do more to build a future where every woman and girl lives free from violence and discrimination, empowered to reach her full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Brazil. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Muito obrigado, senhor presidente.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to all of the panelists who have spoken to us with very stirring statements on the importance of the issue that we are debating today. We particularly wish to applaud Alejandra Solana, the representative of Costa Rica, and her delegation for safe places for women and her launch here at the OAS to that end, and we couldn't support it more. We are all busy, and indeed the government of Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva is very busy creating safer places, whether they're indigenous, whether they're not, but always focused on women, including little girls. And we have also a secretariat for the LGBTIQ plus ministry, which is led by a trans woman, FYI. We know that the empowerment of women, although we recognize we have a long way to go, is something that matters to us greatly and that we are broaching in an intersectional way. We've worked very actively to improve the gender perspective and the intersectionality, if I may put it that way, of all public policy. We have now celebrated 30 years of Belém do Pará and 20 of the follow-up mechanism, and we're getting ready to hold the next parties conference in the same city where the initial conference was held, in Belém do Pará, in the northeast of Brazil. We look forward to it. And let me also underscore that today in Brazil is the day for Black consciousness, Black awareness among that race that has been, as we know, so deeply, deeply marked by slavery. The policies of inclusion and protection against violence are no less important to them. Let me just sum up what we have done in Brazil for the last few months, simply for women, older, middle-aged women, young girls. We've launched an institutional campaign for women, for equal pay for all women, safety, including a center that we call Ligue 130, which is a place where people know to go to look for help, to look for people missing, and to call out, and in fact, put in complaints where there has been violence against women. And there is now it is now unconstitutional effort to take into account, to fail to take into account these elements during any judgments before court. Brazil speaks for equality of gender and the socioeconomic even footing of women. Since 2024, we've seen how wages have now moved forward since March of 2024, where we had the first report on transparency on the law for equal pay. This is now something that all companies are well aware of, and they will be called out and are being called out where that equality of wages is still not the case. And just in August of this year, the Ministry of Women put forward the program More Women in Power equals more democracy. And we understand now fully, perhaps better than before, how critical it is for women to be absolutely part of the decision-making process. Violence Zero is another campaign that we have for women. Just last August, we launched the awareness of violence against women, and Maria da Penha, remembering a woman who was greatly hurt for that. So this is but a very quick overview of what Brazil is doing on this issue. And we're very satisfied, very pleased to give to the Inter-American Commission Against Women the version in Portuguese of the law against violence against women and to prevent and sanction violence against women in Portuguese. And we hope that this will be a manner by which we can continue to make this clear throughout society in Brazil. Thank you.
We now offer the floor to the delegation of Bolivia. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We too are very grateful for having heard the statements of the distinguished panelists. All of those contributions, I think, have been enriching for all of us on this important day for women, and we're very pleased to have the minister from Costa Rica with us, and virtually to have heard the daughter of Miriam Mirabal, certainly an icon on this particular issue. It's been 25 years since the UN set up this date, but every 10 minutes a woman is assassinated. There is no excuse. This message shows how alarming the matter remains and how critical it is that all of us have to move together to eliminate all forms of violence against women. As years after year, we mark today on efforts that ends on the 10th of December, on the day in which we uphold all human rights. In Bolivia, certainly applying this to all women and young girls, young and little girls. Violence against women is a flagrant violation of human rights, and we know that there are historic inequalities because of patriarchal standards that have ever weighed on women and their participation in the development of their countries. But the plurinational state of Bolivia has taken strides against gender violence. Our Constitution spells this out clearly. Men and women are equal, and women have the right to live free from violence, whether from their family or from society. This is at the bedrock of Law 348, which ensures that women shall be free to live without violence. We've established a normative framework thereby to ensure that all people, and certainly women, live free from violence. This is at the heart of our Constitution. Certainly the violence against women and little girls goes back to the patriarchal approaches that too many of our societies are still working to shrug off. But we need policies, as we have been focusing on, especially in rural areas. And that is an issue that subsists not only as Law 338 sets forth, but also because we need mechanisms that need to be strengthening the compiling of confidential data, ensuring that all of this gets to every community so that society is truly more equitable across the board. Alas, in spite of our best efforts, 41,000 cases of harm to women have occurred, including more than 30,000 accusations of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and rape. There has to be better awareness as to what violence against women actually entails. And between January and October of 2024, we registered 73 deaths of women. Every 4 days, women are killed by their partner or husband or any other male that lives with them. The institutions and society, of course, has to do better, has already improved the level of femicide over the last 10 years, but more remains to be done. And that is why the Bolivian state here reiterates its commitment to fight the patriarchal society that weighs over us all still. We need to work on weakening and indeed destroying that patriarchy as it was wrongly understood, and to build a more equal and a more equitable society. We appreciate Chile's point for asking that this matter be included in this anniversary of Belém do Pará. Bolivia joins and applauds the excellent work that has been carried out in that right. There's no question that MSECVI, among all the instruments we have available to us, is one of the most important. It works on innovative mechanisms and cooperation, and we here applaud the Technical Secretariat of MSECVI, which has done so much to make all of this more understandable and better known and complied with at the hemispheric level. We certainly put forward indicators and reports as MSECVI requests, so we have a good sense of how the rights of women are progressing. We close by applauding Costa Rica for moving this joint statement, OAS, a place safe for all women, and we applaud Alejandra Solano for being behind this initiative, which we greatly support. All spaces in the world should be safe for women, should they not? So bravo for this one, and thank you very much.
We now offer the floor to the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda. You have the floor.
Sir, just before speaking, I counted 19 women around this main table, including myself, 16 representatives, and at the head table, 3 colleagues, including the Minister of Costa Rica. According to the UN statistic, at least 6 of us have been or will be exposed to gender-based violence at least once in our lifetime. This is unacceptable. This, as my distinguished colleague, the Ambassador of Mexico, said, is an affront to human dignity. It is against this backdrop that Antigua and Barbuda welcomes this convocation to mark the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. My delegation views this day as a global call to action, a reminder of the work that remains, and a commitment to creating a world where all women can live free from fear, harm, and injustice. Violence against women is one of the most pervasive human rights violations worldwide, cutting across culture, geography, and socioeconomic status. As I just said, according to the United Nations, 1 in 3 women experiences physical or sexual violence in her lifetime, often at the hands of someone she knows and trusts. These are not just abstract statistics. These women are our mothers, sisters, daughters, friends, and colleagues whose lives are irreversibly changed by acts of violence. Antigua and Barbuda recognizes that violence against women stems from deeply rooted societal structures, patriarchy, gender inequality, and harmful stereotypes that normalize abuse and silence victims. Our government, as a matter of principle, has taken action to place women in positions of authority in government, in parliament, and in the public sector. We are pleased that the private sector is doing the same. More and more women are becoming captains of industry. The intention is to empower women that their equality and equity and in all aspects of their lives are established, recognized, and respected. Mr. Chairman, it is not enough to condemn acts of violence. We must dismantle the systems that allow them to flourish. My delegation reminds member states of their responsibility to implement tangible solutions to this end. Laws must be enforced, safe spaces provided, and education prioritized to challenge the attitudes and beliefs that perpetuate violence. Antigua and Barbuda, in this regard, commends the work done in this organization, particularly by the Inter-American Commission on Women. Their work in advocating for policy changes, raising awareness, and supporting survivors has led to meaningful progress in the Americas. Equally, my delegation is thankful to international partners such as UN Women for bolstering Antigua and Barbuda's national framework for protection. We are supportive of international campaigns such as #MeToo. And my government openly calls for an optional protocol to the CEDAW Convention that specifically addresses the elimination of violence against women. My delegation takes this opportunity to remind us all of the power of solidarity. Violence against women is not just a women's issue, it is a societal issue. Men, too, have a critical role to play as allies in rejecting toxic masculinity, in challenging harmful norms, and in advocating for equality and bringing to light an issue that is often hidden from public view. Antigua and Barbuda reiterates that the observance of this day should serve as a catalyst, not only for reflection, but for action. It should serve as an opportunity to strengthen our commitment to opposing injustice, to supporting survivors, and creating environments where every woman can fearlessly thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines expresses gratitude to the permanent missions for requesting this special session of the Permanent Council to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and places on record its appreciation to the panelists for bringing their learned perspectives to support this initiative. We welcome and thank Her Excellency Cindy Quesada for her leadership, and we note the presentation of Mrs. Minou Mirabal, daughter of Minerva Mirabal. Chair, for a moment, let us contemplate this alarming and painful reality. In the 2 hours that we have been here in the Permanent Council, 12 women might have been killed. Chair, no excuses. Let us continue to unite to end violence against women. Chair, the valuable contributions on this topic, such as the Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, issued by the UN General Assembly in 1993, and the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, the Convention of Belém do Pará in 1994, must inform necessary action at the national, regional, and crucially international levels if we are to meaningfully address this situation. My delegation celebrates the 20th anniversary of the follow-up mechanism, of the Belém do Pará Convention, MESIC V. Chair, according to the United Nations, violence against women and girls remains one of the most prevalent and pervasive human rights violations in the world. Globally, 1 in 3 women has been subjected to physical and/or sexual intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, or both, at least once in her life. This year's 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence campaign calls for global action to increase awareness, galvanize advocacy efforts, and share knowledge and innovations to end violence against women and girls, especially now as the global community approaches the 30th anniversary review of the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, the visionary blueprint for achieving gender equality and women's and girls' rights everywhere. Chair, unfortunately, legislation to address these crimes adequately has not been passed in some countries. In addition to this, the UN Women states that 86% of women and girls live in countries without legal protections against gender-based violence. In addition to the Domestic Violence Act, which is currently being amended, and the Child Care and Protection Act, the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines is in the process of drafting a national action plan on gender-based violence. a gender equality policy, and a sexual offenses bill to address comprehensively the scourge of violence against women. Chair, statistics from UN Women show that less than 40% of the women who experience violence seek help, and that less than 10% of those seeking help report it to the police. It is therefore the responsibility of our policymakers to create an environment where victims feel sufficiently safe and protected to report these atrocities against them. Focus must also be placed on non-partner sexual violence, including workplace assaults, as globally, 6% of women report that they have been subjected to sexual violence from someone other than their husband or partner. It is believed that this percentage is much higher, considering the stigma related to this form of violence, which also makes victims reticent and presents an obstacle to their reporting the crimes committed against their person. The Ministry of National Mobilization, Social Development, Family, Gender Affairs, and Persons with Disabilities in St. Vincent and the Grenadines has been fighting strenuously against gender-based violence and its various causes. The ministry recently held its first convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women in preparation for the 9th and 10th National Report. Additionally, the ministry hosted training and personal development sessions in collaboration with CUSO International for Women from Voices of the Disabled, which covered topics such as self-management, women's empowerment, domestic violence, and entrepreneurship. Additionally, on November 7th, there was the launch of an interagency gender-based violence task force to support the coordination of service providers and key stakeholders within the gender-based violence referral pathways. To commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, St. Vincent and the Grenadines has adopted the theme, Push Forward, Invest to End Violence Against Women and Girls. The ministry's calendar for the 16 days of activism to spread awareness, which runs from November 25th to December 10th, includes engagement with students in secondary schools and at the community college, a wellness conference, and a project focusing on the access to sanitary products for women and girls. The above-mentioned activities are an addition to the ministry's year-round awareness campaigns which run throughout the communities, in schools, and in health clinics. The activities include training for key partners in the service sector, responding to gender-based violence. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines facilitates victim support programs to empower the survivors to reduce and eliminate future abuse. In closing, Chair, St. Vincent and the Grenadines intends, through continued education and targeted intervention, to continue its work in this area. This delegation wishes to leave this forum with the strong conviction that there will be a vibrant energy given to the thrust to eliminate violence against women. We are of the firm conviction that through the sensitization, education, and training of communities, as well as the drafting, implementation, and enforcement of appropriate legislation, the hemisphere can be leaders in the fight to eliminate violence against women. This elimination will be yet another step towards women reaching full self-actualization and the full enjoyment of their human rights. My delegation acknowledges the declaration Espacio Seguro para Mujeres as the reinforcement of the need to maintain safe environments for women. Chair, I thank you all for the gift of your attention.
Thank you. So colleagues, please remember, we have a time limit. Okay? And just want to let you know that there was a little technical glitch there. Barbados had requested the floor after St. Vincent, but for some reason, he ended up pressing his button twice and ended up getting relegated lower. So with your indulgence, I will try to correct that error and offer the floor to Barbados. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your consideration too as well. I will do my best to keep within the time limits. The epidemic of violence against women and girls shames humanity. No country or community is unaffected, and the situation is getting worse. The scourge of violence against women and girls continues to be an obstacle to achieving equality, development, peace, as well as to the fulfillment of women and girls' human rights. All in all, the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, to leave no one behind cannot be fulfilled without putting an end to these heinous acts. Mr. Chairman, globally, almost 1 in 3 women, as we have heard several times today, have been subjected to physical and/or sexual, intimate partner violence, non-partner sexual violence, or both, at least once in their lifetime. This type of violence involves a range of abusive behaviors, physical, sexual, emotional, and psychological, perpetrated by a current or former intimate partner or spouse. This multifaceted issue transcends race, age, sexual orientation, religion, presenting a global challenge that demands urgent attention. As we also heard today, for at least 51,000 women in 2023, the cycle of gender-based violence ended with one final and brutal act: their murder by partners and/or family members. This means 1 woman was killed every 10 minutes. It is against this growing backdrop that Barbados put strong measures in place to protect women and girls. Barbados ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, on October 16, 1980, and ratified the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women on May 16, 1995. Barbados has passed a number of laws which address gender-based violence. These are Domestic Violence Protection Orders Act 1992, Sexual Offences Act 1992, which was amended by the Evidence Act of 1994, Offences Against the Person Act, Cap 141, the Common Law. Mr. Chairman, it is observed that this scourge has intensified in different settings, including the workplace and online spaces, and has been exacerbated by conflicts and the climate crisis. The statistics on domestic violence are startling, with many incidents remaining unreported due to fear, social stigma, and a general unawareness of the support mechanisms which may exist. The silence that cloaks this issue only serves to deepen the crisis, isolating victims further. By raising our voices and collectively holding a light on these issues, we help to break the silence. Speaking up not only amplifies the voices of the victims, but also challenges the societal norms enabling this violence. Initiatives aimed at education and raising awareness are also critical in altering perceptions and fostering a more open discourse on domestic violence. We are minded also that some women and girls, particularly those in vulnerable situations or humanitarian crises, migrants, LGBTI, indigenous people, the elderly, and those with disabilities face greater risks. Barbados believes that the solution lies in robust responses, holding violators accountable and accelerating action through well-deserved national and regional strategies. We must do more. We have to do more to protect our women and girls. I believe, Mr. Chairman, I've given you back a couple of minutes, and I thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Peru, and thank you for your patience. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Chair, convening today's special session of the Permanent Council to commemorate 2 very important dates: the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and the 20th anniversary of the MESEC V. calls on all of us to reflect on the persistent challenges we faced in eradicating violence against women. In the framework of our general government policies, Peru has placed a priority on strengthening prevention and providing a response to violence against women and members of family groups. That is why nationally we have been carrying out activities to address this phenomenon. That includes adopting in November of 2023 a law that prevents child marriage, and this is a step forward in eradicating damaging practices that violate girls' fundamental rights in Peru. Similarly, in Peru, we have a national program for the prevention and eradication of violence against women and family members, and this is called the Aurora program. Through this program, we provide specialized services for preventing and providing care in cases of violence against women. This program has 433 emergency women's centers which provide legal advice as well as free psychological care. It also includes institutional care centers for intervention among adult men who have been convicted of family violence. The program also includes a rural strategy which promotes dialogue with community leaders to promote a culture of prevention, as well as emergency care services, communication lines, among others. In complement to all of this year we launched the initiative Prevent to Protect. This involves sector activities from the public and private sectors in order to protect girls, boys, and teens in their social environments, as well as a working group dedicated to strengthening care in cases of femicide. On the other hand, in the framework of the 20th anniversary of MSECV, I would like to share with all of you that Peru has been the second vice chair in the Conference of States Parties. Finally, I would like to share that the president of Peru, Dina Boluarte, recently created the National Council of Women. Its objective is to contribute to improving public policies in this area with a focus on economic empowerment and the eradication of violence against women. All of this is a show of Peru's commitment to eliminating all forms of violence against women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Panama. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished representatives and alternate representatives, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Your Excellency Cindy Quezada, Secretary Mora Mora, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my delegation would like to thank the Chair of the Permanent Council for convening today's special session in commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. We would like to especially recognize the efforts of the mission of the DR in organizing today's session, and Panama has supported that. We extend our gratitude also to the panelists who have provided their powerful messages to this session. Every November 25th, we remember the sacrifice of the Mirabel sisters, who are heroines in the DR, universal symbols of resistance against oppression. The photo exhibit, Sisters 1929-1960, is in the hallway just outside of this room and reminds us of the fight against gender-based violence. And this is not an abstract topic. Rather, it is a hard and cold reality, day in and day out. This date is much more than a commemoration. It is an urgent call for action. Once again, a time for us to reiterate our unbreakable commitment to building societies where women can live free of violence, in dignity, and in full exercise of their human rights. The 20th anniversary of the follow-up mechanism of the Belém do Pará Convention calls on all of us to reflect deeply. And against this backdrop, we would like to express our deepest recognition to the Inter-American Commission on Women, SIM, for its unshakable work. Special thanks to the work from the SEVI Committee of Experts and the Conference of States Party. Its contributions have been fundamental in shedding light on and fighting violence against women in our region. This historic convention is a point of inflection and recognizes that violence against women is a systematic violation of human rights that requires a comprehensive, decisive response. Panama has shouldered this responsibility with determination, and our recent progress is testimony of our institutional and political commitment, which goes beyond rhetoric and has been translated into concrete actions. In November of 2020, we were pioneers in adopting Law 184 on political violence, a legislative tool to shed light on and punish multiple forms of violence faced by women in the political sphere. This not only provides protection, but it also empowers women so that they can fully participate in political life in Panama. Our 17 comprehensive care systems, CAI, are a tangible example of just how we are creating concrete services as part of this commitment. They are strategically located throughout Panama in 3 indigenous counties as well, and they provide legal assistance, psychological care, as well as free support. They are not just empty offices, they are spaces for rebuilding hope and empowerment for women who have been victims of violence. In 2024, we took another step forward with our protocol for providing care for women with disabilities who have survived violence. This protocol reflects our commitment with an intersectional approach, recognizing that vulnerability multiplies when we have various intersectional factors for discrimination. To that, we are very enthusiastic with the OAS initiative for safe spaces for all women, and we give very special thanks to Minister Quesada of Costa Rica and the permanent mission led by Ambassador Alejandra Solana for sharing this very important initiative with us. We greatly value your leadership and commitment in building workspaces that are inclusive and safe, respectful at all levels of the organization. And this initiative is a very important step forward for transforming our institutions and ensuring spaces free of violence and discrimination. In that same spirit of commitment and dedication, we are delighted to note that tomorrow, Thursday the 21st, the Panamanian Foreign Ministry will be launching the internal protocol for preventing, caring, and eradicating harassment, discrimination, and violence based on gender at the Ministry of Foreign Relations, led by our Foreign Minister, Javier Martinez Acha. That is a show of our institutional commitment for equity and equality. Our fight against gender-based violence is not just part of our political will, it is also part of our deep conviction. No society can claim to be truly democratic if half of the population is living under the threat of violence. We will continue to work. We will continue to resist, because every woman who raises her voice, every standard that we modify, every space that we recover is a step toward building a more fair, safer world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We now offer the floor to the delegation of St. Lucia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation begins by recognizing the men in this room, in this organization, and in the hemisphere on the occasion of International Men's Day celebrated yesterday, November 19th. International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, observed annually on November 25th, is a global call to action to end violence against women and girls, a pervasive issue that impacts millions worldwide. This day highlights the urgency of combating gender-based violence, which is not only a grave human rights violation, but also a major barrier to achieving gender equality and sustainable development. This, given that these acts inflict profound harm on individuals, families, and societies, often perpetuating cycles of abuse and inequality. This observance also serves as a call to action for governments, organizations, and individuals to implement policies and cultural changes to combat violence and support survivors. It underscores the critical role of awareness campaigns and global initiatives, such as the Unite campaign, to mobilize collective efforts against this crisis. In this regard, the government of St. Lucia has demonstrated its commitment to addressing gender-specific issues by doubling the budget of the Department of Gender Affairs and increasing accommodation to facilitate the operationalization of a one-stop center for gender-based violence response. In addition, the Cabinet of Ministers is currently reviewing a proposal to formally establish an interagency national task force for gender-based violence prevention and response. St. Lucia joins the rest of the world in the Unite campaign led by the Department of Gender Affairs under the stewardship of the Honorable Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot, who also serves as the Vice President of the Inter-American Commission on Women. St. Lucia will embark on several initiatives to observe the 16 days of activism, including an ecumenical service, sector-specific dialogues, a multi-stakeholder fair, high-level panel discussions, distribution of knowledge products, and the Gender Lens Investing Workshop. Finally, on this matter, Chair, my delegation expresses much appreciation to the governments of Canada and France for supporting the government of St. Lucia in its efforts in addressing gender-based violence. Your continued support to strengthen systems for gender-based violence in St. Lucia is invaluable. On the topic of commemoration of the 20th anniversary of Ms. Segvi, I read the following statement from the Honorable Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot, Minister of the Public Service, Labor, and Gender Affairs of St. Lucia, and Vice President of the Inter-American Commission on Women. I quote, "Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement to the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States in my capacity as Vice President of the Inter-American Commission on Women, serving also as the Minister of the Public Service, Labor, and Gender Affairs in St. Lucia. I thank the Permanent Council for acceding to the request of the Permanent Mission of Chile to include this agenda item. The same compliments the Ms. Segvi on this milestone and congratulates and acknowledges particularly the work of the Committee of Experts who have kept the integrity and quality of the follow-up. The Segvi is supported by the cooperation of the SIM delegates and competent national authorities who assist with data collection. Whilst the Ms. Segvi monitors progress of implementation of the convention, full implementation requires political will and commitment of states parties to take the necessary measures to prevent, punish, and eradicate violence against women and girls. The SIM has been proactive in providing guidance to state parties through the development and introduction of model bills, guidelines, protocols, capacity building, and tools to facilitate implementation. National attention and increased regional and international cooperation and partnership will help accelerate implementation. Creating spaces in development planning to reflect on mechanisms created to monitor the implementation of conventions aimed at eradicating violence against women solidifies the agreement that violence against women is not only a women's issue, but a development issue which is everybody's business, as everyone is affected by it. I wish to encourage your consideration of the statutes of the mechanism 20 years in and explore the impact of the Permanent Council of the OAS can have in driving change and accelerating progress that both Ms. Segvi and SIM seek. I wish you very fruitful discussions. Thank you." End quoted statement. In closing, my delegation acknowledges SIM for its relentless pursuit in creating a more equitable hemisphere for women. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Uruguay. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We're very grateful to the Dominican Republic as coordinator of the chair of the articulation against and on the group for discrimination against women and young girls. And very pleased, very, very much to have heard Mimi Tomares Villarreal, whom we send our love to and ongoing sympathy. Thank you also for this safe space and equitable space that has been created here at the OAS and for Costa Rica's statement in that regard. Mr. Chairman, this delegation was a pioneer in asking that this date be recognized. Back in 2001, at the first meeting of the Latin America and the Caribbean, more than 80 women chose the 25th of November as the day to mark our fight against violence, to defend violence against women. And the Mirabal sisters are certainly the reason why we are still at it. 18 years later, in 1999, the General Assembly of the United Nations declared 25th November as the International Day for Elimination for Violence Against Women. And my delegation, which continued to lead this with fighting for the Convention of Belém do Pará, the first treaty to recognize that violence against women constitutes a violation against human rights, and that women have a right to live free from physical, psychological, and sexual violence, both in their private and public spheres. All of this, then, is at the heart of the strengthening of the republics here. And every time we celebrate another anniversary of this convention, as we do today, we remember. We remember. But alas, this continues to be a part of the world that has the greatest challenges. Continue fighting against violence against little girls, young girls, older women. Violence against women of all ages continues to be in this sphere, one of the most general in the world. And the attacks against activists that stand against this is getting worse and worse. And legally, can you believe it? There are increasing legal challenges against this. If this doesn't make your hair stand on end, I don't know what will. Now, Uruguay stands and has signed all of the treaties for the rights for equal rights and defense against women. And we see that with the progress that has been made in this sphere, there is reason to believe that those who haven't yet signed these institutions and these conventions universally, and for this, should do it. Uruguay holds for a life free of violence. Just 4 years ago, we signed on to this, and we're pleased to mention it. But even so, on the basis of a poll that has been based on violence for generations, we have 47% of women who are 15 years and older have confessed that they have had violence against gender by their spouse, by a close member of their family, or by others. That's how that works. And so there's a great deal to be done. We are not finished in ensuring that there's a deep cultural change that will finally put an end to these stereotypes and patriarchal attitudes that perpetuate violence against women. And there's a long way to go. Even so, Uruguay yet again stands tall and resolutely for this agenda so that we can continue to build societies that are more just and more inclusive for women and young girls. Thank you.
We now offer the floor to the delegation of Haiti. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished Assistant Secretary General, Madam Minister, whom we are honored to have with us today, dear colleagues and alternates, greetings to you all. Mr. Chairman, the delegation of Haiti certainly congratulates you for calling this special session of the Permanent Council and the opportunity that it offers us to stand together to celebrate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. We hail the initiative of the member states in this regard, and most especially, I might add, the delegation of Costa Rica, who called for this exercise of collective reflection on the progress that remains to be made, alas, in our common search for respect for the rights of women and little girls throughout the hemisphere. let me take this opportunity to express very, very special thanks to Minuta Mirales Miraval, who shared with us the very, very poignant and personal experience that she has lived, and her personal testimony, which is as grievous as it is moving, pushes us, does it not, to better understand the deep violence that is in fact perpetuated when there is violence against women. And here we certainly call on Ms. Tavares and to all who continue to fight for ongoing change in this regard. Let me take the opportunity also to hope that next year we can also celebrate the International Day of Men. Mr. Chairman, Haiti, despite the multidimensional challenges that we continue to face, has certainly noted progress when it comes to violence based on gender. Let me say that we have ratified the CEDEF, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which reaffirms our full understanding of the importance of gender equality, and also our ratification of the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Section, and Elimination of Violence Against Women, known as the Belém do Pará Convention, where Haiti has joined a regional framework of cooperation to protect the rights of women, and have adopted the decree that goes by its date, 6 July 2005, that criminalizes rape and has modernized our own legal framework to bring it up to date with others. All of these steps stand for the resolute determination of the Haitian government to move forward and to become always more equitable and inclusive as regards women and young women. Nonetheless, Mr. Chairman, it grieves me to say that despite all these efforts, a very great deal remains to be made, because these challenges are as huge as they are complex. Sexual violence against women, against little girls, are heinous. And we know that very often they accompany and do accompany the humanitarian crisis that we're living through, where numerous victims have suffered heinous acts. And so much so that very often these people are forced into exile. Despite all of this, the Haitian delegation calls for concerted action and solidarity on the part of all of the members of this organization. It's imperative that we guarantee the international commitments for the protection of young girls and women, migrants, and others who are at the very heart of our efforts to make sure that the dignity and the rights of women are upheld. Mr. Chairman, Haiti's history with regard to women is unshakable in support for that gender. They have helped build a nation. We have had a female president. We've had 2 female prime ministers. And these are not isolated facts, as a matter of fact. We have a profound political will to move forward and to ensure that the active participation of women in our public and political life remains. That said, we are well aware that there's a long way to go. And we know that we need, with determination, to consider and ongoing working on our legal instruments and make sure that our public and policies are as inclusive as they are ambitious. And so on this International Day for the Elimination of Violence with regard to women, Haiti wishes to reiterate the call that we all of us, jointly and severally, intensify our efforts to ensure that young women without distinction may live in safety, in dignity, and enjoying their fundamental rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Colombia. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente, y buenos días para todas.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good day to all of you, and most especially to the delegation of Costa Rica. Cindy Quesada, thank you. for the hard work that Alejandra Solano has carried out, the delegations of the Dominican Republic and Chile that have made this meeting possible and have called for it. A special day to remember this day against, or for rather, the fight and protection against women. Maria Tavares Mirabal is an example of resistance, resilience, and courage, which will always be at the heart of such struggles. Thank you to all of them. Now, Mr. Chair and distinguished representatives united here, men and women alike, this is a day that we need to remember are rooted in this region. Indeed, in my country, in Bogota, we held the first feminist meeting in 1981 of the Caribbean and Latin America, where very brave female leaders decided that this would be the day to celebrate resistance, to stand against one of the most ongoing and persistent violations of human rights in the world. And I refer, and they referred, to the violence against women and little girls, the 25th of November, 25 years later, remains a hallmark and a milestone. And all of this ends on the 16th of December, which is the day to celebrate international human rights, within which we remember that women's rights are human rights, and they are the bedrock of just and democratic societies. Under the government of Gustavo Petro and Francia Marquez, his vice president, Colombia is very proud to be leading this ongoing commitment, nationally and internationally, to uphold a feminist policy which 40 different LGBTIQ groups have applauded because of what we do. We have upheld the gender perspective as something that is cross-cutting and that will serve to uphold a better understanding of how we can help women, particularly with regard to the internal armed conflict that we continue to suffer. Law 1257 is another law that we owe to this, and other standards that have put on the books any number of other expressions of violence against women. Our commitment then to the reproductive and sexual rights of women is resolute. And in this anniversary of the Mesegvi anniversary of the Belén do Pará, we thank Chile for reminding us of this. We understand how important it is to keep a life free of violence against women to be the normal way that women live. And we knew that, as Mesegvi recommends, we need to recognize that as much as has been done, challenges remain, and we call on regional work to overcome the national and regional obstacles that continue to exist. We hail the initiative that Costa Rica has launched, Safe Environments for Women, free of discrimination, even in our multilateral discussions. And locally, Colombia stands with safe cities, safe for women and little girls, that ONU Women have launched. And we have used Carnival as a way to call out machismo. Cali, Villavicencio, and Pasto, other cities in our country, are working for their part to ensure that public transportation can also be free of such sexism. The Mirabal sisters call on us to continue working and to continue working together to make these things true. Colombia will continue to fight violence against women in all of their forms and stands ready to work with all of the member states of the OAS and Mesegvi itself to ensure that our societies may ever be more respectful and safer for women at all levels. What is safer for women is safer for all of us, as the ambassador for Bolivia said. And that we need to do until every place is safer for them, and where never again women should be used as ways by which in war women really pay the worst price. We must avoid this kind of fratricide war that Petro and Francia Marquez have hopefully buried for good in my country. Thank you.
Ambassador, we now offer the floor to the delegation of Argentina. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Secretary Mora Mora, Minister Sandy Casada, representatives, alternates, observers, and distinguished panelists, not least Ms. Minu Tabaret Mirabal, and the memory of your dear mother and sisters who were so cruelly assassinated. Argentina is particularly honored to be a part of this commemoration for the International Day against women, the violence against women. It is exceedingly sad to remember that almost a quarter century has gone by, and yet the problem remains. Let me take the time to especially applaud our colleague Alejandra Solano on behalf of all of the women of this organization, both diplomats and employees here at the OAS, who has spoken constantly for the importance of making the OAS a safe place for women, and that has been signed, I'm happy to say, by no fewer than 27 of our member countries. I'm pleased to say that the state of Argentina upholds the highest possible standards to fight against violence against women, the fight against violence against women. All of these norms are absolutely ongoing. The eradication of these violence has 3 axes at the Republican level. Also, the protection against violence at the legislative level, judiciary, and the executive level through diverse other public policies. In 2009, the National Congress adopted 26,125, on the number of the law to prevent and punish violence against women in the areas in which interpersonal relations take place. All of this is accompanied by another 15 national laws that has moved to typify femicide, fight for the victims of violence, fight for better education on the matter, and the eradication of political violence, as well as violence in the digital sphere. In addition, Argentina has signed a number of treaties that speak to these goals as well, and that has spoken for this as well in our 2024 Constitution. We and our Congress is very, very strong in this regard and is absolutely dedicated to eradicating violence. It's a very sensitive issue, and there are at least 30 bills that were presented in 2024 alone that speak to the violence against women in a number of different regards. The treaties, the human rights treaties that we have signed, ascribes the competency here, the rights to women, to the Secretariat on Human Rights in my country, and speaks to the rights of women as the rights of all other human rights and deserving of the same protection. This tells you that this is at the very heart of our public policy within the broader framework of human rights, and looks to other sources of response, such as the judiciary and other forms to fight such violence. Along with other points that have been made today, Argentina would like to say that we uphold safe spaces. We recognize dignity as being beneficial to all sexes, because we know very well that whether you're a man or a woman, if you don't respect the other gender, you are disrespecting your own human condition. Multilateralism, in its deepest form must be based on respect in the dialogue we all hold. Nonetheless, we are deeply grieved and concerned in recognizing that the fora that are called on to uphold the equality of women judicially are no longer even naming women. Women, the word women, we talk about gender. Well, what happened along the way, I ask you? And whatever language you speak, there is a word for women, and it's not the same as gender. And we wish to ensure that we not forget women. We can speak of a focus on vulnerability, if you like, bearing in mind also the particular vulnerabilities depending on where women work. All of this, I think, tracks what the executive committee, the executive secretary, I should say, Ms. Alejandra Mora Mora, has stated, who spoke about the very fine line between discrimination and violence against women. Argentina values spaces that are safe here at the OAS as elsewhere, and we're quite certain that only a mutual respect will guarantee authentic multilateralism. And that is our position, and we uphold it. Thank you.
We now offer the floor to the delegation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Good day, Chair, Distinguida Señora Ministra Quezada, permanent representatives and delegations, Secretary General Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Mendez, panelists. St. Kitts and Nevis expresses its appreciation to the Honorable Minister and to other panelists for their informative presentations and fully supports today's important joint declaration affirming the Organization of American States as a safe space for all women. This commitment resonates with the values enshrined in key instruments of the Inter-American system, such as the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, Convención de Belém do Pará, which unequivocally condemns all forms of violence against women and mandates signatory states to adopt measures for its eradication. The principles outlined in this convention remain as urgent and necessary today as when first adopted. It is unfortunate and a reality that women cannot simply assume that their safety is implicitly assured in our societies, even though such a basic value is not only right and proper, but also justified and appropriate under the principles of universal human rights. Our communities ought to be inclusive and secure spaces, yet they often fall short. Even institutions that symbolize moral authority, such as churches, cannot and do not always guarantee safety for women. This grim reality extends to workplaces across all sectors, including the corporate, diplomatic, and multilateral spheres, as well as politics. The incidence of femicide in the Americas is alarmingly high, with the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean reporting in 2022, on average, 12 women per day were killed, and that a significant portion of the approximately 81,000 women killed globally, those murders were due to gender-related violence. This is a stark reminder of the urgent need for transformative action. Beyond physical violence, women in the region face systemic inequities, workplace harassment, and threats to their upward mobility, sterling performances notwithstanding, stymieing their full participation in social and economic development. Such undeniable realities underscore the necessity for institutional declarations like today's to reaffirm our shared commitment to gender equity and the creation of safe spaces for women. For women who have shattered the glass ceilings through courage and perseverance, the stakes are just as daunting, since their success is often the very weapon used against them, and their strength ill perceived by those on the outside looking in as an impermeable cloak of protection against gender-based injustice. The OAS, as a pivotal institution in the inter-American system, must continue to champion women's rights, reflecting the Inter-American Democratic Charter's emphasis on inclusive democracy and participation. It is therefore vital for declarations like this one to send an unequivocal message to the OAS workforce on the inside and to women across the Americas that this organization is committed to being an exemplar in uplifting, protecting, and advancing the rights of women, ensuring equality in life, in labor, and in leadership. As we approach the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women on November 25th, it is an opportune moment to not only reaffirm our shared commitments, but also recognize the work that remains to be done. St. Kitts and Nevis mourns the loss of our sisters across the Americas, cut down by violence before the noontime of their day. We commend the leadership demonstrated by the Permanent Mission of the Dominican Republic and that of Costa Rica in spearheading today's declaration, and applaud all those delegations which boldly supported this initiative. St. Kitts and Nevis also commends the global work of the Inter-American Commission for Women, THIM, and is proud to recommit to the strengthening of the principles of equity, safety, and respect that must underpin the dignity of women in every sphere. Thank you.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Guatemala. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Guatemala deeply values the initiative of this chair and the proposing delegations to include the commemoration of the International Day for the Eradication of Violence Against Women and the 20th anniversary of the mechanism for follow-up of the Belém do Pará Convention on today's agenda. Today, the chair and distinguished guests have reiterated the importance of today's conversation and the collective commitment to this critical topic. We're together here to address an extremely complex topic that presents a true crisis in some of our countries. We need to reflect on the urgent measures to eradicate violence against women while also paying tribute to those who have risen their voice against the violence that affects so many women and girls. We need to recognize their resilience in the face of a system that has treated them with discrimination and tried to silence them. We recognize thus the bravery and strength of women who have faced unimaginable adversity and taken on oppression, inequality, and extreme violence, such as the Mirabal sisters from the Dominican Republic and many, many more in our region. It's concerning that despite having international and regional instruments to prevent, reduce, and eradicate violence against women, this problem continues to be a serious scourge in so many of our countries. Chair, violence against women has taken on many different forms, from physical and sexual violence to psychological, economic, institutional, political, and violence, and even digital violence. All of these manifestations have resulted in millions of women being victims of some kind of violence at least once in their lives. Guatemala recognizes the challenge presented by violence against women as a serious situation that needs to be addressed comprehensively and urgently. My country has ratified the Belém do Pará Convention, as well as the Inter-American Convention to prevent, punish, and eliminate violence against women. And we have another law against femicide and all forms of violence against women. We also have adopted a law for immediately searching for women who have disappeared, known as the Isabel Claudina alert, in homage to 2 female victims who were subjected to disappearance, sexual violence, and murder. This year, the 48% of women have stated that they have faced an incident of violence at least once throughout their lives. Additionally, 34% of women state that they have faced some sort of sexual violence, 31% psychological violence, 18% physical violence, and 15% have suffered economic violence. These figures are devastating, as behind every number we have a life, a story, a woman whose potential has been limited or even destroyed by violence. Against this backdrop, the Belendo para Convention follow-up mechanism is necessary to addressing this problem in the region, and since its creation over 20 years ago, the mechanism has worked tirelessly to provide monitoring, evaluation, and drafting of public policies that are effective in addressing violence against women at the root. Dear representatives, violence against women has left a deep, painful scar on millions of women, teens, girls, their families, and society. For the Guatemalan government, eradicating it is a priority, and we have shouldered this commitment with prevention and reparations, with an approach that recognizes victims, a justice system, and the importance of profound transformations in our societies. That is why we have held public hearings under President Bernardo Arevalo for the families of Maria Isabel Delis Franco and Bernardo in recognition of these extreme acts of violence. Over 8 years since the decision handed down for crimes against humanity, sexual violence, and other forms of extreme violence during the armed conflict, we have provided reparation mechanisms for women who have survived this scourge. It's important for our organization to continue working to create a region in which the rights of women are respected and where we eliminate violence and discrimination against all women. We recognize the leadership of Ambassador Solana for this initiative, and the OAS needs to be a safe space for all women. We add our voices to the joint declaration with the aim of promoting measures so that women can be develop fully and feel safe in the workplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to the permanent representative of the Dominican Republic.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to give very special greetings to the Chair of SIM and the Ambassador of Costa Rica, Cindy Quesada. Also, thank you to the Secretariat of SIM, Ms. Alejandra Mora. The Dominican delegation thanks you for convening this very important special session of the Permanent Council of the OAS as a commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. This is a date that forces us to remember the injustices and suffering faced by so many women around the world. But it also reminds us of the resistance and courage of those who have fought and continue to fight for a world free of violence from spaces such as this. We feel truly moved by the powerful messages from the authorities that are with us today. This is a show of shared commitment to eradicating this scourge that affects so many societies, and the main victims of which are women. We would like to thank you to the delegations for talking about the justice and equality and the Mirabal sisters. This year, we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Resolution 54-134, through which the UN General Assembly declared the 25th of November as the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And over 60 years since the tragic events following the murder of the Mirabal sisters, we need to accept that figures on violence against women continue to be shocking. Assaults on women are not isolated incidents that are limited to sexual or physical violence alone, but all forms of violence that we have become aware of. This adds to violence against women in public and political life. what we see through the use of technology in digital contexts or have been amplified by that sphere are included here. We have seen disturbing figures from the UN that tweet that 58% of women around the world have experienced gender-based violence facilitated by technology, particularly in Gen Z and millennials. Chair, we believe that it's necessary to continue strengthening public policies and laws in our countries in order to protect women. Thus, we will be able to reduce the alarming figures on violence. In my country, we are working along these lines through actions like those which I will highlight as follows. We have a general protocol for the prevention of violence and comprehensive care in cases of violence against women in family environments. We've updated protocols, and this is a very important update in a coordinated response to working with victims of violence. We have an emergency hotline 212 for women with their children and teens who have been victims of any type of violence. We have 16 shelters distributed around national territory and provide psychological and legal assistance to victims of violence against women, including domestic violence without discrimination for race, nationality, religion, or social condition. We've established a system for care and response that is automated and is known by SARA, its acronym, and it is a digital tool created through AI to provide an accessible, trustworthy channel for providing information and guidance to women who are facing intrafamily and domestic violence. We've raised awareness comprehensively, working with the entire population through talks, conferences, courses, and other meetings. We have a national information system on gender-based violence in the Dominican Republic, and this is a tool for consultation that contains the major national statistics related to violence against women due to gender facts, and this is in the hands of society as well as those responsible for designing, implementing, and monitoring public policies officially when it comes to violence against women. Nationally, we have seen that this is a cross-cutting contribution for decision-making in this area. Chair, we recognize the efforts made by the OAS in promoting regulatory frameworks, programs, and activities aimed at eradicating gender-based violence, and we underscore the Belém do Pará Convention and its monitoring mechanism, MESEC-V, which this year is celebrating its 20th anniversary. This is a key instrument in the efforts carried out in fighting violence against women and gender-based violence, as well as the priceless work carried out by the SIM in this area. To conclude, we recognize the initiative presented by the Costa Rican delegation, and the OAS is a space safe for women. This has our support. We are delighted by the enthusiastic reception by the General Secretariat in signing the executive order to which we have all borne witness and the following implementation of the declaration by the SIM. These steps from the very heart of the OAS are a contribution to the end goal of eradicating all forms of violence against women in all places and at every level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. I'm now pleased to offer the floor to Ecuador. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Mr. Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Secretary Alejandra Mora Mora, dear Minister of Costa Rica, Chair, dear representatives and alternate representatives, the 25th of November each year is when we celebrate and reflect on what we have achieved hitherto in eliminating violence against women. In this occasion, we reflect and recognize the hard, cold reality faced by millions of women worldwide. Against this backdrop, Ecuador reiterates its staunch commitment to fighting all forms of violence against women, and this is in line with the highest inter-American standards in the area of human rights. On behalf of my country, I underscore that eradicating violence against women is not only a priority in our public policy agenda, it is also a moral imperative and a human imperative. It is sine qua non to guaranteeing the security, dignity, and fundamental freedoms of all women. In Ecuador, we have a comprehensive approach to this topic, which includes immediate care for victims and transforming structures that perpetuate violence. We have a robust legal framework which provides active priority care to women. This is a topic that is included in the organic law for preventing and eradicating violence against women, as well as our Constitution. We reiterate that eradicating violence against women is a shared responsibility and a strong commitment in Ecuador. Our goal is to ensure that all women are living free of violence and additional obstacles to access services. Ecuador is celebrating this milestone and will continue to work in close collaboration with other member states and civil society, as well as with international organizations, to ensure that the principles enshrined in instruments in this area are translated into concrete changes in women's lives in our region. However, as a society, we need to continue taking down patriarchal structures which perpetuate violence and inequality. We need to build a culture of respect, equality, and empowerment for women. Education plays a crucial role in this process, and we need to teach the new generations the value of mutual respect, equity, and the importance of reporting any type of violence in any context. The International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is a time for us to renew our true commitment to fighting for the eradication of violence and supporting the work of MESEC. In Ecuador, every woman has the right to live a life free of violence. Every single one of us needs to work tirelessly to ensure that this right is a reality. That is why in my country we have concrete activities. We are promoting awareness and providing courses to support women who've been the victims of violence and strengthening institutions responsible for protecting their rights. Today, on the International Day to commemorate the elimination of violence against women, we raise our voice in solidarity with all women who have suffered and continue to suffer abuse and violence. To all of them, we say that your fight is not in vain. You are not alone. You have the support of the OAS. And from Ecuador, we reiterate our commitment to building a more fair, more safe, more egalitarian society for all men and women. Thank you.
Thank you. I now offer the floor to the delegation of Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you, esteemed Chair of the Permanent Council, Secretary General Luis Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Nesta Mendez, Executive Secretary of the same, Mora Mora. Thank you very much for the informative report to this Permanent Council and the continuous leadership together with the OAS in the fight against gender-based violence, particularly for women and girls. Other members of the panel, Excellencies, Alternates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to also express appreciation to all the panelists for their earlier presentation on this very crucial cross-cutting issue of violence against women. Thanks also to the prominent mission of the Dominican Republic for proposing this very important session, and to Ambassador Alejandro Solano of Costa Rica for the initiative in piloting the resolution OAS Safe Spaces for Women, which my delegation is pleased to support. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the observance of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women each year on the 25th of November and the accompanying 15 days of activism, which ends on the 10th of December, is designed to pay tribute to the brave Mirabel sisters who were brutally assassinated on the 25th of November in 1960. It serves as a stark reminder of the pervasive issue of violence against women and girls that requires our collective action, advocacy, activism, and urgent attention. It also provides an opportunity for us to recommit to take steps to eliminate violence against women, a serious problem that affects many women and girls across the world, wherever she is, at home, at school, on the street, in public transport, in the club, in her place of worship, and during armed conflict. We are reminded, based on the results of the Women's Health Survey, that a large percentage of women have been either slapped, beaten with fists, pushed, kicked, attacked with a weapon, or threatened with a weapon by her male partner. That several women have been sexually abused, oftentimes by men who are not their intimate partners. That the majority of men who sexually abuse women are friends or acquaintances. That several women reported being sexually abused before reaching 18 years old, and the person who did it was either a family member or a friend. These findings and the numerous reports of heartless, callous, horrific, and brutal attacks against women, which should concern each of us to do something about it. There is no excuse for inaction. The government of Jamaica, through the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, under the leadership of the Honorable Olivia Grange, has been working to bring an end to violence against women and girls through legislative, policy, and programmatic actions that protect victims of violence so that the perpetrators are punished, and to ensure that the victims get redress, and very importantly, build a culture in which there is no gender-based violence. In this regard, the government of Jamaica, through the Bureau of Gender Affairs, has also launched the No Excuse for Abuse public education campaign as part of its efforts to end violence. This is not another campaign to only sensitize people about horrific effects of violence against women. This campaign is about behavior change and destroying the conditions that enable, condone, ignore, and treat violence against women as a normal part of life. In implementing the coordinated approach to address gender-based violence in Jamaica, the government also operates within the context of a continuum of care, as well as through the work of several units established to address different types of gender-based violence. Under the continuum of care, the government of Jamaica works in partnership with ministries, departments, and agencies, academia, the private sector, civil society organizations, international development partners, and other relevant groups for coordinated delivery of services to survivors of gender-based violence. The Sexual Harassment Protection and Prevention Act of 2021 was passed and establishes a framework to address sexual harassment in the workplace, including educational institutions, correctional facilities, places of safety, nursing homes, medical facilities, and other private and public institutions and spaces. The Act also intends to provide protection to all persons who experience sexual harassment. The establishment of new units to address gender-based violence is another initiative aimed at protecting victims of gender-based violence. Since the official opening of the first government-owned and operated shelter, 83 clients, including underage children, have been accommodated and provided with comprehensive and holistic support across the parishes and in rural communities. To date, approximately 36,496 participants have been sensitized, 14,256 males, 22,240 females have received sensitization on sexual harassment and the legislation spanning various sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very important to work together with our men to overcome this challenge. In that context, I join my colleague from St. Lucia in congratulating our men in commemorating the International Men's Day, which was observed yesterday. To bring our men on board, a male empowerment unit has also been established within the Bureau of Gender Affairs to continue to strengthen the advocacy. It provides a safe and confident space for males to discuss and confront a range of issues and arrive at practical and cutting-edge strategies. Given the commitment of the OAS to the protection of women and girls from gender-based violence and other forms of violence, Jamaica, a signatory to the Belém do Pará Convention, which marks its 30th anniversary this year and the 20th anniversary of its follow-up mechanisms, is pleased to inform that currently an OAS delegation is in Jamaica conducting a workshop on political representation, and area where Jamaica has made tremendous strides. Let me therefore reaffirm the government of Jamaica's unwavering commitment to addressing gender-based violence and all other forms of abuse, discrimination, victimization, and sexual exploitation. This message is carried through the No Excuse for Abuse campaign. This commitment is also in alignment with the standalone Gender Transformative Sustainable Development Goal number 5. It is designed to achieve gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls globally, as we seek to address the long-standing issues of inequality and discrimination such as gender-based violence. On this commemoration of International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women, I urge all of us to make a commitment to do something about the violence. We can end the violence. It requires all of us to end the violence, and there's no excuse for abuse. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Paraguay. You have the floor.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you for the message from Ms. Taraval, which is very moving. Today we are commemorating the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and we thank you for convening today's session, which contributes to raising awareness on violence against women as a social problem and a public health issue. This is a violation of women's fundamental freedoms and human rights. The figures, as we already heard, are bone-chilling. 1 of every 3 women has suffered from physical or sexual violence at some point in her life. And to this, we add the very serious problem of femicide in LAC. And according to ECLAC, over 4,000 women were killed in 2022 alone. Yet, we don't have any statistics that can represent how many projects, dreams, plans, and bonds were taken away for every woman killed simply because she was a woman. This painful reality has shown to us that for 25 years since proclaiming the International Declaration and 30 years after adopting the Belém do Pará Convention, physical, psychological, and sexual violence against women and girls have not gone away. And that is why it's fundamental for us to continue shedding light on all manifestations of this form of violence, which include punishment and revenge, as well as assault, as something that affects all women without distinction of nationality, social class, religion, or race. It's also crucial for us to look at the underlying causes of violence. We believe that MSECV plays an essential role here, and in its 20 years of existence, they have provided us with very important recommendations in order to ensure that our region advances toward our goal of building a world in which women and girls are able to live free of fear and violence. We call on all member states to continue supporting this work. I underscore that my country has a law for comprehensive protection for women in which it names and defines 15 types of violence, such as femicide, physical violence, psychological, sexual violence, violence against reproductive rights, economic, political, symbolic violence, among others. This law has made it possible to create public policies designed with the aim of preventing and eradicating gender-based violence in Paraguay. To conclude, we thank Costa Rica for your leadership in this joint declaration for safe spaces in the OAS, to which my country is a co-sponsor, and we will redouble our efforts in order to promote women's rights and the agenda for equality in our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago acknowledges the importance of convening this special meeting of the Permanent Council to commemorate the United Nations observance of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. We are grateful for the insights shared today by our distinguished speakers who have set the background for deep introspection and action. As we mark this important day and contemplate the theme, every 10 minutes a woman is killed, no excuse, unite to end violence against women, I wish to reiterate Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to ending violence against women and girls, which lamentably continues to plague our societies. It is unacceptable, and we will continue to raise awareness on this terrible social malady until it is eradicated. To this end, as a signatory to the Belém do Pará Convention, Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to its implementation as demonstrated by the active participation of its country experts and national competent authority in meetings of the Committee of Experts. We also believe that regional collaboration is key to addressing this issue, and as such, the Government of Trinidad and Tobago continues to make annual voluntary contributions to the MESECV to enable activities that advance women's empowerment and equality. Further, I am pleased to share that the inaugural English version of the course for women electoral candidates was successfully held and completed in Trinidad and Tobago over the period November 18th and 19th of this year. The course counted on the participation of several Caribbean female politicians and public officials and was a collaborative effort of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, Civil Pal Americas, and the Inter-American Commission of Women with the support of the Permanent Mission of the United States of America. The Government of Trinidad and Tobago has placed the elimination of violence against women at the top of its national policy and program agenda. Efforts are ongoing to mainstream gender equality and implement the policy measures contained in the government's National Policy on Gender and Development. Through the efforts of the Gender and Child Affairs Division, with support from UN Women, the Cabinet approved the National Strategic Action Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Sexual Violence in June 2023. Additionally, Trinidad and Tobago, recognizing the need for a multi-sectoral approach to this pervasive societal issue, hosted a public consultation on September 24, 2024, where key stakeholders committed to an outcome statement, a declaration of urgent action items in order to ensure that this matter received continuous and dedicated commitment by the state, Trinidad and Tobago has established key committees to ensure deliverables on these outcomes. Moreover, Trinidad and Tobago is pursuing the establishment of a National Joint Steering Committee on Gender-Based Violence and a technical working group to strengthen and complement the existing efforts of the state. The entity will guide and monitor the implementation of the National Strategic Action Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Sexual Violence and other state responses. This matter is currently before the Cabinet. I also wish to highlight some of the progressive steps made under the UN Spotlight Initiative, which was launched in 2020. With the assistance of the United Nations Population Fund, the Gender and Child Affairs Division has upgraded its central registry on domestic violence. This update is expected to facilitate a more robust tracking and management system for gender-based violence as a means of improving the overall national response to this terrible social malady. Additionally, the Ministry of Health approved the National Clinical and Policy Guidelines on Intimate Partner Violence and Sexual Violence in August 2022. This policy document, developed in collaboration with the Pan-American Health Organization, PAHO, represents the first national framework for action in the health sector regarding violence against women. Notwithstanding these notable efforts, heinous acts are still committed against our women and girls. Our firm belief is that we must work collectively with the collaboration of men and boys to change the culture and attitudes that drive these antisocial behaviors. Trinidad and Tobago will continue to seek partnerships and alliances that will bring us closer to the goal of eliminating violence against women and girls. We remain committed to continuing and intensifying our efforts to address this issue comprehensively. Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished colleagues.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Suriname. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Suriname wishes to express its gratitude to Her Excellency Cindy Quesada, Minister for the Status of Women of Costa Rica, for her insightful remarks and invaluable perspective. We greatly appreciate her leadership and vision on this vital matter. My delegation is honored to be part of this important commemoration and extends its heartfelt gratitude to the permanent mission of the Dominican Republic in its capacity as coordinator of the Group for Coordination of the Rights of Women and Girls and gender equality, as well as to fellow member states for convening this special meeting. We also wish to express our sincere appreciation to the panelists for their insightful presentations on this critical issue. Suriname extends its deepest thanks to the Ambassador of the Permanent Mission of Costa Rica, Her Excellency Alejandra Solano, for taking the commendable initiative in presenting the Joint Declaration on the OAS, a safe space for all women. Mr. Chair, violence against women is not an isolated issue, nor is it one that any single nation can solve alone. In Suriname, we recognize the painful reality that too many women continue to face domestic abuse, human trafficking, and sexual violence. Recent data from the Ministry of Home Affairs indicates that 40% of women in Suriname have experienced physical or psychological violence. Domestic violence remains the most reported form of abuse, with intimate partner violence being particularly prevalent. The 2019 revision of the Domestic Violence Act now allows for faster response times from law enforcement and provides immediate protection measures for victims. Despite these advancements, legislation alone is not enough. We must ensure the effective implementation and enforcement of these laws, which is why we are committed to enhancing the capacity of law enforcement. The Convention of Belém do Pará remains a cornerstone of our collective commitment, urging us to combat all forms of violence against women in public and private life. Suriname stands firm in supporting this framework, as well as other resolutions that reinforce our dedication to gender parity and the fight against gender-based discrimination. But these measures alone are not enough. We must ensure that every woman within our halls and in our countries has the opportunity to thrive without fear. This means enforcing the highest standards of conduct. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, let us seize this moment to protect and uplift the women of the OAS and, by extension, all women in the Americas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Honduras. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And distinguished Secretary General Luis Almagro, distinguished Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, and greetings also to the Executive Secretary, my very dear friend Alejandra Mora. Greetings to you all. And let me also offer the warmest welcome to the Minister of Women in Costa Rica, Cindy Quesada, who, some people might not know this, and they didn't. I was congratulated on and said, gee, you have high-powered relatives in Costa Rica. She's my cousin. But above all, let me applaud Alejandra Solano for this wonderful initiative, and certainly the Dominican Republic and others, my own delegation jumped on this important day in which we condemn the violence against women, even if it's next November 25th and not today. But we know that Patria, Minerva, and Maria Teresa, those three brave women of the Dominican Republic who stood against Leonidas Trujillo and whose tragic assassination on the 25th of November of 1960, instead of quieting and stifling their message forever, on the contrary, lit a flame that burns still today. I remember, then I don't want to get into any details, I remember when I was invited by Mario Vargas Llosa to the theater representation of one of his most famous works, La Fiesta del Chivo, in which he spoke about Dictator Trujillo and how, but wherein there was very, very much a paean to the bravery of women such as these women. And Salma Hayek, when she was involved in the movie The Time of Butterflies, they were also celebrated. And that's when I became really interested in them. And I went to the Dominican Republic and with my wife visited their home. But let me just say that it isn't fiction or history of a strange sort that I am evoking here. My own country, Honduras, includes a woman, Xiomara Castro, the first female constitutional president in Honduras, lived the violence that was unleashed against her and against others. And if I am emphasizing political violence, it's because political violence against women is really the bedrock of a great deal other types of violence. And too often, the violence of women is perpetrated by men, and, go figure, that tells men that they're superior to women. Well, imagine that. Nonetheless, just a few days ago, in the Secretariat for Women, a politician in my country was called out for his really unbridled violence against women. I'm not going to mention his name, but I'll just tell you that that Secretariat of State, in complying to its mandate, condemned that violence and all discrimination against women. It is unacceptable that under the fallacy of so-called love to Honduras, the very fact that women are obtaining more and more rights should give rise to attacks on them. That's my first point. Secondly, these protestations are but a thinly veiled and pitiful act of machismo and a doomed act to keep women out of politics. Let me also state, third, that those who have failed to curtail that kind of action have indeed failed. And wherever that violence comes from, it must be called out. But let me go back to the famous mariposas, the butterflies, those sisters. And this is a reminder, is it not, that on this day, above all, we need to reaffirm our own commitment to the building of societies where respect, dignity, and gender equality are recognized. The Mirabal sisters are a beacon of hope and a beacon of resistance. But before I end, if I may, let me bow to Ambassador Gandhi. Yesterday was the right of man, and I want to join that petition and that position of his. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. We now offer the floor to the delegation of Chile. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We greet the panelists, most especially the representative of the Secretariat for Women of Costa Rica, who was with us here, to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women on this 10th anniversary of the follow-up of the Convention of Belém do Pará, is, I think, an occasion at which every one of us should put our heads to how important it is not to forget that of all violences, violence that is gender-based is certainly the most shameful, if not one of them. For Chile, this matters not only because of what it says, but because of its daily impact in every one of our societies. And this picks up on what Barbuda, Trinidad and Tobago, and other delegations have already rightly pointed out. This is not an isolated instance or something spontaneous. Gender violence is rooted in a sense of inequality in society, which over centuries has morphed a little bit, has gone through different aspects, but comes down to what the Miraval sisters also suffered. And here in Mesekvi, as Minister Arellana just said to us, we are urged to think hard at how we can do more to ensure that this convention be more broadly upheld. Throughout the Americas, this mechanism offers each of the states' parties a wonderful framework in which we can prevent and sanction gender violence. Now, we've come a long way, even as we recognize that there is still a long way to go. Nobody is disputing that. Our feminist policy includes the recognition that violence against women must be understood in the context of its very roots. Where does it come from? And that is why we in Chile have introduced a gender perspective right across the board through all of our policies. And we try to spot emerging violence through the digital milieu, for instance, among others. Stop it before it goes where it wants to go. And we must indeed see it for what it is. Empowerment of women, the concept of parity, and as Roberta Clark rightly said, to question stereotypes. All of that goes to the very heart of what is needed to fight violence in our societies. But when prevention fails, it's important, indeed essential, to have access to justice. The rights and dignity of all of us must be preserved, not least women. And so we call on redoubling our efforts to spot violence in the digital milieu. And since we're talking about cultural issues, look at that. Look where that's gone. A new scenario for violence against women and little girls. And that isn't all. Little by little, the public space gets crowded out. And the violence that begins online and doesn't stay online, as the ambassador for the Dominican Republic rightly pointed out. So we do well to understand that while eliminating violence against women will take us all, as Belize rightly said, we do need to have political will, incremental baby steps if necessary, but understanding that the deepest root is human rights writ large, and that's what we've been saying. And that's why, with other delegations, Chair, at the last General Assembly, we very much pushed the question of parity, changing the regulations of the court, of the tribunal, of SECA, of the number of other bodies. And likewise, other fundamental steps should follow the one we're taking today, the declaration of the OAS as a safe space for all. And we thank Costa Rica and Ambassador Solano for being here and upholding that. But Chile, I can assure you, stands rooted in the conviction that sustainable development, full democracy, is a dream, and I dare say a pipe dream, so long as little girls are afraid and women fear. Can't be. It's not possible that we sit here and do nothing. Thank you.
We now offer the floor to the delegation of Guyana.
Thank
You
you,
have the
Chair.
floor.
The delegation of Guyana extends its thanks to you, to the Permanent Mission of the Dominican Republic, in its capacity as coordinator of the group for the coordination of the articulation for the rights of women and girls and gender equality, and to the permanent missions who requested the facilitation of today's discussion on a matter of critical importance to the development and prosperity of our countries and hemisphere. We also thank the Secretary General and the panelists for renewing the call and charge to action. Chair, women and girls, despite commitments expressed and ongoing efforts, continue to bear the brunt of various forms of violence. The theme for this year's commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women on November 25th is underpinned by a crucial statistic, that every 10 minutes a woman is killed. This continues to be an extremely sad and appalling reflection. Whilst the statistic speaks for itself, it is not intended to reduce the pain, suffering, and loss of women due to violence. There is both a personal and a wide-ranging societal impact, the consequences of which linger and have embedded themselves across generations. We must continue to give voice, choice, and access to women and girls. Guyana provides various mechanisms and has undertaken measures to prevent, punish, and eradicate violence against women and girls. In recent years, Guyana has taken concrete actions to address domestic violence, support vulnerable communities, address stigma and discrimination, and combat trafficking in persons. These efforts have been ongoing for decades, and as of recent, Guyana, through various arms of state, has implemented a range of legislative, policy, and institutional reforms aimed at strengthening the approach to gender-based violence. These include the passage of the new Family Violence Act on July 31st of this year, ongoing revision to the Sexual Offenses Act, strengthened interagency collaboration, the creation of special programs, and expanded sensitization awareness campaigns. Chair, Guyana is proud of the significant progress made in addressing violence against women and continues to work to ensure that the dignity of women and girls is upheld and that they receive protection, support, and access to justice. We recognize, however, that more needs to be done, and if we are to deliver on the promise of eliminating violence against women. This requires a concerted effort across all segments of society. Outside of national frameworks, it is also important to acknowledge regional efforts and the important and ongoing work at the hemispheric level. The Inter-American Commission of Women continues its work to facilitate debate and the formulation of policies on women's rights and gender equality in the Americas. Guyana remains supportive of the work of SIM in ensuring the recognition of the rights of women. In keeping with national and international obligations, my delegation takes this opportunity to reiterate the unwavering commitment of the government of Guyana to use all measures at its disposal to ensure the elimination of violence against women and girls. We can and must do better for the prosperous future of women and girls across the Americas. In doing so, we drive progress and change and lay the foundation to deliver development based on dignity and human rights. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I go on, I just want to advise you all that the interpretation services, we will lose them at 1:29, but we will continue and finish the session. So we continue with the permanent observer of Spain. You have the floor.
Buenos días, gracias.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Let me begin by expressing congratulations to the Ambassador for Belize for having convened this session to remember the day, International Day on the Elimination of Violence Against Women. And in like manner, I warmly congratulate those delegations that have spoken on gender equality here at the OAS and have co-sponsored this session. And most especially, let me congratulate the SIM for SIM's ongoing work. Gender violence, as we know, in this ever more connected world, has to be understood that in the 21st century, this is a global issue. And we need to make sure that we fight for the inclusion of all women and little girls in a broad perspective in order to better stand against the machista positions that are rooted in discrimination and inequality. We know that gender violence is both the consequence and a tool whereby a discriminatory system of patriarchy perpetuates itself. It is the strength of democracies that is shown where no negation of women's rights is allowed and where women and girls are seen to be equal with others, failing which we must see that we're going backwards. As you may know, we in Spain have an organic law on the protection of gender equality. It was a pioneering legislation in Europe. And by the way, this year we celebrate its 20th anniversary. A state compact was signed to that end to ensure that both locally and in the autonomic provinces, monies are earmarked to ensure that this fight against the machista violence will be upheld. And let us also recognize in this context the effort that is without precedent in the history of humanity to promote and prevent to promote women's equality and prevent the violence against women, and to ensure that women and girls can live and hope for a life free of such violence. But all of that isn't enough. It's not enough. That's why we must continue to insist on a framework of public policy that will see where things aren't good enough and where they can be made better, and certainly absolutely ensure that we will not go back. No backward movement. Let me congratulate the representations here at the OAS who have pushed for this moment, particularly Ambassador Cordero, representative of the mission of Dominican Republic. Congratulations to you, Madam, and congratulations also on the exhibit on the wonderful Mirabal sisters and our opportunity to hear Miron Tavares Mirabal speak of family members. We can only stand for an ongoing fight to uphold equal gender rights and address Minister Quesada and Ambassador Solano for the tremendous success in declaring the OAS as a safe space for women. Today, we know that member states are resolutely and wholeheartedly supporting that. The very fact that women may be discriminated against because they are women is shocking, and there is no space for machista violence between women and between men and among them both. We must make sure that we continue to move at the international level towards the intensified efforts to ensure that gender equality is maintained and progresses. I can only hope that this new tool, espacios seguros, safe spaces, becomes the new byword for not only this institution but others in the region, standing for non-discrimination and non-violence for women and little girls. Thank you.
Go to the permanent observer of France. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Distinguished Secretary General, Madam Minister, Cindy Casada, dear friend, ambassadors, both male and female, permanent representatives, visitors. Let me begin by hailing this initiative on the International Day for the Equality Between Men and Women, and most especially in so doing, endorse the 27 members who have followed the initiative of Costa Rica as the OAS as a safe place for women. We know that the lack of that can lead to tremendous different types of violence. This is both in Belém do Pará and in the Istanbul Conventions. Therefore, the fight for ongoing equality between men and women can only be an ongoing struggle, both in fact and at law. We have a progressive feminist policy in France, and this is a horizontal element of our foreign policy. It is rooted in peace, security, development, climate change, and other important planks of our foreign endeavors. And we will be speaking soon for the period 2024 to 2028 to those same points. In 2019, we launched a support fund for feminist issues throughout the hemisphere. We did that again in 2019. That initiative includes 120 million euros, and that was the first time that anyone had financed this in the southern countries as of 2021. This is now across 113 countries. In 2023, France renewed its support for feminist activities, 230,000 over 5 years. And together with Mexico, in a meeting held in Paris in June of 2021, we, together with our partners, launched a program for equality between men and women. $40 billion were held for this purpose over 5 years. The international strategy of France for feminist issues makes violence against women and little girls one of the 5 basic pillars of its endeavors. This is absolutely at the heart of France's policy. We consider this violence absolutely intolerable. Our fight against any kind of violence is very much a part of what we consider to be an essential ingredient to lasting peace. France has known its own amount of violence through conflicts. In 2023, the UN saw an increase of 23% in this kind of violence. And so our national plan of action includes this as a basic pillar. And we support UN Women and UNFAP to this end. We support the World Fund for Survivors of Sexual Rights. It's with Dania Murad and Denise Mukwege headed in 2019. In 2024, France also launched a lab for the rights of women online. This initiative, which is French but is worldwide now, includes ONGs, private platforms, researchers, men and women, and a great many of individuals who are deeply, deeply engaged in the protection of women throughout the world. We wish to identify and fight against violence online as promoted by technology. Last November, we launched 110 countries who supported a resolution against violence against women and little girls. France and the Netherlands spearheaded this, and in that resolution, France and its partners reaffirmed the need to promote and protect women and girls, the right to private life, the right to freedom of expression, and issued a call to all those involved and who deal with digital platforms to fight harassment and with any shape it takes. The fight against anything that stands in the view of equality in the world is something that we will continue to uphold at the international level. And we will work with the Inter-American Council of Women, which we congratulate here for their ongoing support and help for women against violence, particularly in the Americas. Thank you.
We now offer the floor to the Permanent Observer of Italy. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations for this initiative. Pues queremos agradecer a todos los panelistas, a todas las ministras que intervinieron y felicitar también a la embajadora de Costa Rica por la iniciativa tomada y el resultado obtenido. Quisiera reiterar también en este foro el firme compromiso de Italia para erradicar la violencia contra las mujeres. Una sociedad inspirada en el respeto y en la promoción de los derechos humanos no puede tolerar y aceptar las agresiones contra las mujeres. Y cuando nos encontramos ante una mujer acosada, asesinada, agredida, humillada, en el entorno familiar, en el espacio, en el lugar de trabajo o en los espacios públicos, evidentemente detrás entendemos que hay el fracaso de toda una sociedad que no ha conseguido promover reales relaciones basadas en la paridad, el respeto de la persona humana y la libertad. Es una tragedia desde este punto de vista, una tragedia colectiva. Y como han resaltado algunas delegaciones, hay también una dimensión internacional relacionada con el mantenimiento de la paz y de la seguridad. El Día Internacional para la Eliminación de la Violencia contra las Mujeres, que recae el 25 de noviembre de cada año, es un llamamiento entonces para todos, a estar atentos a esta plaga susceptible de asumir distintas formas también a raíz del desarrollo tecnológico. Y como indicado por el presidente de la República de Italia, la libertad y los derechos desafortunadamente no son logros irreversibles, sino que requieren un esfuerzo sustentado en el tiempo y con una visión de futuro, de protección, prevención a partir de la educación y de inclusión. Me complace destacar que la República de Italia, representada entonces por su viceministra de Igualdad de Oportunidad, firmó en noviembre de 2013 la Convención Interamericana para prevenir, sancionar y erradicar la violencia contra la mujer, la Convención de Belém do Pará. Un acto, como se desprende en el comunicado de prensa emitido en aquel entonces por la OEA, entendido como un comienzo de una colaboración entre Europa y las Américas para luchar contra esta forma de violencia. Italia se convertía entonces así en el primer país observador ante la OEA que ha firmado la Convención de Belém do Pará. Y quería también destacar que el acto simboliza también, el acto de la firma de esta convención, simboliza también los valores que Italia comparte con todos los países de las Américas. Gracias.
Thank you. We now offer the floor to the OAS. Monsignor, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La delegación de la Santa Sede agradece la celebración de esta sesión extraordinaria del Consejo Permanente para celebrar el Día Internacional de la Eliminación de la Violencia contra la Mujer. Es lamentable que la violencia contra las mujeres exista como un problema global que afecta no solo a las mujeres, sino también a las niñas. Por ello, esta delegación agradece que, como comunidad internacional, se dedique un momento para considerar este flagelo y se concreten acciones para combatirlo. Para ello es necesario también reflexionar sobre las causas. Si bien es cierto que la violencia que enfrentan las mujeres y niñas puede tomar muchas formas, incluyendo los matrimonios forzados, el abuso físico, sexual y emocional, la intimidación y el acoso laboral, una nueva forma de violencia se está agravando en nuestros tiempos: la privación forzada de la libertad con fines de explotación sexual y laboral. Este flagelo se presenta como una forma de esclavitud moderna, en la cual, según datos de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, en esta región afecta en su mayoría a las mujeres y niñas, quienes representan un 80% del total de los casos. De estos, 70% son víctimas de trata con fines de explotación sexual, mientras que alrededor de una quinta parte son sometidas a explotación laboral. Según UNICEF, la trata de personas se ha convertido en el negocio más lucrativo después del tráfico de drogas, pues se cosifica a las personas para ser vendidas una y otra vez, día tras día. Ante este lamentable flagelo, es importante actuar y para ello es esencial atacar las causas que lo provocan, entre las cuales está la pobreza, el consumo de la pornografía, la prostitución, la desigualdad, los conflictos armados, entre otros. El Papa Francisco ha condenado enérgicamente la violencia que sufren las mujeres. Ha subrayado la importancia de abordar este problema a través de un esfuerzo conjunto de instituciones públicas y actores sociales. Asimismo, ha destacado la necesidad de una red preventiva y no solo defensiva para erradicar la violencia contra las mujeres, y ha instado a mejorar los sistemas judiciales para garantizar que las víctimas reciban justicia de manera oportuna. Señor presidente, ante la realidad lacerante de la violencia contra las mujeres y las niñas, del abuso físico y psicológico que sufren, es urgente volver a encontrar formas de relaciones equilibradas y justas, que estén fundamentadas en el reconocimiento, respeto y valoración mutuos. El hombre y la mujer pueden expresar su identidad de manera auténtica y reconocer la dignidad intrínseca que toda persona posee y de este modo contribuir, combatir su cosificación y exclusión. La Santa Sede afirma una vez más su compromiso para que toda mujer sea protegida y respetada, como también valorada, que su voz sea escuchada y su sufrimiento sea atendido por todos. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you. And so, to our final speaker, we'd like to offer a floor to Minister Quesada to wrap up. Please, Minister, proceed.
Ya aprendí. Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente del Consejo Permanente, el embajador Jones de Belice, señor secretario general y buen aliado, Luis Almagro, representantes permanentes, a la presidenta de la CIM, mi querida ministra Niurka Palacios, a la señora secretaria ejecutiva de la CIM, doña Alejandra Mora Mora, observadores permanentes y especialmente el honor que me hizo participar en este evento con la señora Minó Tavares Mirabal y la señora Carmen Claramont. Es un honor, de verdad, compartir este espacio con mis compañeras ministras Antonia Orellana de Chile y Mayra Jiménez de República Dominicana y con la señora Gloria Camacho y María Luisa Capeluz. Pero muy especialmente a una embajadora, amiga, que desde su posición de coordinación de la ADEMNIC ha logrado la posibilidad de que estemos en este Consejo Permanente, señora embajadora, mi querida Mayerly Cordero, y a mi querida embajadora, doña Alejandra Solano. Y es que nos encontramos hoy en un momento trascendental para recalcar y renovar nuestro compromiso colectivo en la erradicación de la violencia. Creo que hemos escuchado uno tras uno los discursos, las reflexiones que cada país ha expresado hoy con mucho respeto, con mucha solemnidad. Creo que las llevamos todos en nuestra sensación y en nuestro pensamiento. En esta sección extraordinaria se celebró además el 20 aniversario del MESECBI, Mecanismo de Seguimiento de la Convención Belén do Pará, que a su vez está en su 30 aniversario. Y es un instrumento esencial para nuestra región y la protección de los derechos de las mujeres y las niñas. En esta ocasión, además, adquiere un significado muy importante y aún mayor al coincidir con el Día Internacional de la Eliminación de la Violencia contra las Mujeres y al permitir que la Organización de Estados Americanos reafirme ese compromiso con la iniciativa La OEA, un espacio seguro para todas las mujeres. Esto es un paso crucial en la garantía de entornos respetuosos, inclusivos, libres de violencia. Este esfuerzo refleja nuestra responsabilidad como comunidad hemisférica de promover políticas que garanticen la seguridad, la igualdad y la justicia para todas las mujeres, tanto en el ámbito público como privado. En este momento ya hay 27 estados que han firmado y diría yo copatrocinado la declaración. Se acaba de sumar Barbados también. Y es que realmente eso es lo que hace la diferencia. Desde la creación del MESECBI, que ha sido un pilar para fortalecer los marcos legales y los sistemas judiciales y las campañas de sensibilización y comunicación social, el avance hacia una región libre de violencia no para. ¿Por qué? Porque hay que reconocer que la violencia es continuada y que una realidad nos expone como las distintas formas de violencia física, sexual, digital, simbólica, política, están interconectadas y afectan definitivamente la participación de las mujeres en todos los espacios. Para Costa Rica, que ha creado un marco legal robusto y que tiene implementación de políticas públicas de las que hemos conversado. Incluye también la Ley de Violencia Doméstica, la Ley de Acoso Sexual, la Ley de Violencia Política, Ley de Relaciones Impropias para prohibir el matrimonio forzado y la implementación desde la prevención de muchas estrategias, incluida la ruta de género, pero el combate de todos los tipos de violencia no tiene tregua. Desde el tráfico y trata de personas, desde la violencia digital, desde la lista que se convierte interminable muchas veces en los nuevos conflictos y contextos delictivos, también se busca la manera de seguir lastimando la vida de las mujeres y las niñas. La debida diligencia, la impunidad. Esto no quiere decir que no sigamos nuestro trabajo con más compromiso para poder erradicarla, atenderla y sancionarla como Estados. Para concluir, señor presidente, con la adopción de esta nueva iniciativa de la OEA, Costa Rica reafirma su compromiso de expandir buenas prácticas en el ámbito multilateral, fortaleciendo la cooperación regional y promoviendo soluciones innovadoras para los retos emergentes, que definitivamente tienen que llegar a todos los rincones de nuestros territorios, especialmente en el marco del decenio de las mujeres en entornos rurales. Con más razón, ahí tenemos que llegar con estas voces. Hoy yo luzco una mariposa acá en mi pecho. Es el símbolo de las hermanas Mirabal. Yo insto a todas las personas que estamos aquí presentes a que los llevemos, pero en nuestros corazones, como símbolo de la metamorfosis que debemos procurar primero en nosotros mismos para luego permitir construir sociedades que transformen, que toda la vida de una niña, adolescente y mujer para poder vivir libre de violencia sea una realidad en todo momento, siempre, y como lo dijo el embajador de Bolivia, en todo lugar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Minister, and to all of you for your interventions. Colleagues, before we conclude, I just wanted to tell you that we have a meeting planned for 2:30. It's a regional coordinators meeting to discuss the upcoming elections. Given that we went a little bit over time here, we proposed that that meeting convenes at 3 o'clock. So ese encuentro es a las 3 de la tarde. ¿Correcto mi español? En punto, sí, en punto. Por supuesto, sí. Also, at the invitation of the delegation of Costa Rica, when we're finished, after we adjourn, we'd like to invite everyone for a family picture to come up to the front, and we have a family picture to celebrate what we did here today. Today's presentations will be reflected in the corresponding minutes of this special meeting. And I'd just like to say a few words. I know we're all tired. I feel compelled to say a few words. Commemorating the International Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women. As we know, it's an essential part of our collective responsibility to combat gender-based violence. So we're very happy to have commemorated that today. And also to mark the significant milestone of the 20th anniversary of the MESECVI. This mechanism, as you know, has been vital in the OAS's efforts to combat violence against women across the region, serving as a framework for monitoring and advancing the commitments made under the Belém do Pará Convention. And of course, we took the significant step of designating the OAS as a safe space for women, an initiative that resulted in a joint statement and an executive order, which is a crucial step towards promoting the OAS as a safer and more inclusive environment for women at risk. So these efforts, as we have heard today, represent our firm commitment, and together they reflect our shared vision of a region where all women can thrive, free of violence, discrimination, and inequality. So with that, again, I thank all the presenters, especially Minister Quesada, for their contributions. And there being no further business, we declare this meeting adjourned. Adjourned.